Okay, I'd like to call to order the Planning Commission meeting Wednesday, January 25th, 2023. It is now 6:31. Termination of quorum. Mr. Kenny.
Here.
Mr. Burke.
Here.
Mr. Reyes is excused tonight. Mr. Price.
Here.
Mr. Anderson.
Here.
Mrs. Elderkin is excused tonight. Secretary Smith.
Here.
Vice Chair Kalunian.
Here.
Chairman Flynn is here. We have a quorum of 7. Emergency evacuation plan, doors in the back, go out left and right. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic that stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. This is our first meeting in 23. I'd like to wish everybody a happy new year. Okay, number 5 under disclosures. If anybody has any ex parte communications or potential conflicts, our solicitor is sitting right there. He's there before the meeting, after the meeting, and during the meeting. Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
if I may, as a disclosure of a potential conflict of interest, there is an item number, 10.3 that I have a conflict of interest, and I intend to fill out a recusal form and leave the meeting at that time.
Do noted. Thank you, John. Okay, approval of minutes, December 21, 2022. I have a motion on approval of minutes.
Make a motion, we approve the minutes, December 21, 2022.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion by Mr. Smith. I have a second by Mr. Kalunian. Any discussion on the minutes?
Mr. Chairman, I have one correction I noticed. Middle of page 2, Robert Dubois. It should be Robert DeBlois, DEBL.
Robert DeBlois, right.
Yeah, that's the only thing I saw.
Okay. Anybody else have any corrections on the minutes? Thanks for picking that up, Rick. Okay, I have a motion. I have a second. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Okay, number 7. Ratification of a decision for Windrow Plat, owner Brett D. Windrow, David J. Skirka, applicant David J. Skirka, ratification of a preliminary plan of approval of a proposed minor residential 2-lot, single-family home subdivision with street creation AP 324 lot 100.1, zone RR3, Town Farm Road. Then I have a motion for that ratification, please.
I'll make a motion to ratify the preliminary plan for the Windrow plat.
I have a motion by Mr. Burke. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Mr. Kenny. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none. Ratification carries. Okay, number 8, 1-year extension of approval, 8.1, 1532 Main Street, owner Paul W. Oliveri, applicant same, development plan review reinstatement, and 1-year extension, request for reinstatement of an existing drive-through AP 60 lot 1.1 zone VRC. Is anybody here representing the applicant?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
Mr. Oliveri called up earlier today and we just indicated that he wouldn't have to be here for
Okay.
the extension.
Anything from the staff concerning this? Okay. Okay, I'll entertain a motion on that 1-year extension.
I'll make a motion to extend project 1532 Main Street. Assessors plot 60, lot 1.1, zone VRC, 1.3 acres, vacant building, proposed use of coffee shop. The extension would be valid until November 23rd, 2023.
I have a motion by Mr. Kenny. Do I have a second? Second by Mr. Price. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay, number 9, we have under recommendation to zoning for special use permit It's Faithful Friends Farm, 225 Rock Hill Road, applicant Kyra Crosley and Andrew Moran. Owner, Alavairable Funding LLC, CO Ralph Shippey. Applicant is seeking a special use permit to operate a dog walking and play area business with transportation provided, AP 318, Lot 127, Zone RR2.
Good evening.
Name and address, please.
My name is Matthew Kelly, and I'm an attorney with the offices at 3 Brown Street in Wickford, Rhode Island, and I'm representing the applicants this evening. As the chairman just stated, this is here for a recommendation to the zoning board. The proposed operators of the business are both here with me, Kara Crossley and Andrew Moran, as well as the owner of the property, Ralph Shippey. It's a 25-acre parcel, and 4 acres of that would be used for the dog walking park. It's an enclosed 4-acre parcel. The proposal is pretty much explained in the staff report, which quite frankly is very favorable. And we can go through just what we're going to be doing, but the proposal is that the dogs would be brought to the property Monday through Friday at approximately 10 o'clock in the morning. They're brought there by Kira and Andrew in a van they have. The dogs would then be walked in the area for about 3 hours and then brought back to the owners of the dogs by Kira and by Andrew. There would be no traffic going into the property other than their van bringing the dogs in every day. As the staff report indicated, there are certain criteria that have to be met for a special use permit. The staff has gone through each of those elements and found that the proposal does satisfy each of those elements, and the staff is recommending recommendation of approval to the zoning board. I'll be happy to answer any questions, as would Kara and Andrew, that you might have with respect to the proposed operation and any concerns you might have. But I think the staff report pretty much spells out just what we're doing. The 4-acre parcel, which is being used for the dog walking, would not be visible from the street or any adjacent properties, and the property around the 4-acre parcel and the 25-acre parcel, quite frankly, is pretty much all wooded. So there wouldn't be any impact upon neighbors.
Okay. The only question I have is for staff, if there's any complaints. Are there any complaints by adjacent neighbors?
No, so this business has been in operation for some time, and
I read that.
neither me nor Carrie have received any complaints since it's been in operation.
Thank you. Anybody else on the board have any questions for the applicant?
I
Go
was
ahead,
just, I was just curious, how, on any given day, what's the number of
7 to
Dog.
10 dogs usually.
7 to 10 dogs at a time? Okay, and it's fenced, you said, right?
Oh, yes, very
Yeah,
much
yeah.
so.
You know how high the fence is? 4 feet, 6 feet?
Kara? 6
Yeah.
feet.
Oh, okay, all right, thanks.
Any-
The
Go ahead. Go ahead.
whole 4 acres is fenced in?
Yes.
And you unleash the dog, right? Let them run?
Right.
Kara, why don't you come up and speak?
Yeah, you answered my question.
Gonna put you on the spot tonight.
I'm just curious, anyone would make a leap of faith on that fence?
Yeah.
No.
Name and address for record, please.
Kira Crossley, 54 Lewiston Ave, Richmond, Rhode Island.
Thank you very much.
No one has jumped the fence.
Don't have that one dog, huh?
No, no.
My dog.
Yeah,
So would mine.
All right, that's all I had.
thanks.
Anybody else? Okay, hearing none, I'll entertain a motion on a recommendation for a special use permit to zoning.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a favorable recommendation for zoning. Applicant Faithful Friends Farm, co-owners Kara Crosley and Andrew Moran, 225 Rock Hill Road, accepted plat 318, lot 127. Zone RR2 rural residential, existing use is a dog walking business. Applicant seeking a special use permit to legitimize the existing dog walking daycare business. Let's see, what do we got here? Property is located on Rock Hill Road, which does allow for safe ingress and egress. Property has sufficient off-street parking, adequate space for storage of trash receptacles and room for trash pickup. Utilities are pre-existing. There's no need for additional screen and buffering. As stated, the area is wooded and cannot be seen from the street. All required setbacks and areas and buffering requirements have been met. Use is relatively low impact. The proposal is generally compatible with abutting lots. Comprehensive plan defines RO2 district as areas that are comprised primarily of low-density residential and other low-intensity non-residential activities incidental to rural environments. Proposal is generally compatible with the comprehensive plan. If the applicants issued a special use permit, then this project should have no detrimental impacts to the public health and safety and welfare. I would also like to include the staff report in my recommendation.
Thank you. I have a motion by Mr. Kenny. Do I have a second? I have a second by Mr. Smith. Any other further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? None opposed.
Well, thank you
Good
very much. I'd just like to inquire where your steno's going to be tomorrow night because we see each other every night this week. Thank you.
Good luck.
Good luck.
So next we have new business or discussion and or action will be public hearing. 10.1, development plan and review, proposed car wash, owner Coventry Realty LLC, COLNA, Chisholtelli, applicant Scubbadub Auto Car Wash Centers, CO Daniel E. Paisner, proposed 4,450 square foot car wash building, AP7 Lot 15, Zone I-1, 2305 New London Turnpike. Come on up, Mr. Cronin.
Whoa, wow. Good evening. Thomas Cronin. Nolan Bernero Cronin Ferrara, 1070 Main Street, Coventry, Rhode Island, for the applicant. We're here for development plan review. Mr. Flynn has done an excellent job of introducing the project, but for sense of completeness, so I can start at the beginning.
Okay, thank you.
2305 New London Turnpike, AP7 Lot 15, formerly Chevalier's Auto. It's currently being used as a clothing donation collection area. It's 0.81 acres and it's zoned industrial. The proposal, as noted, is for a scrub-a-dub car wash. The car wash is a permitted use in the industrial zone. New London Turnpike borders this property to the south, and there's a financial institution across the street, across New London. Dunkin' Donuts and Cumberland Farms are to the east on New London Turnpike, and Wendy's in the center of New England are on the west. There's a mixed industrial and business area to the north of this lot. The site is bounded on three sides by Public Street, New London to the south, Salvis to the west, and Gay Street to the north. We were before this board for pre-application on October 26, 2022, and we did a site walk on November 5th, 2022. I'm not going to go over the site design, as this is preliminary for development plan review, and you're going to hear from Brian King from Crossman Engineering on that. And I don't want to be redundant or waste this time's board, but there are a couple of things that I need to bring to the board's attention before he comes up. This lot, as it currently exists, is 37,140 square feet, where 60,000 square feet is required in the industrial zone. But it is a pre-existing non-conforming lot of record. I want the board to note that we have requested an administrative variance for lot coverage. The plan calls for 70% lot coverage where 60% is required. This 15% request for relief. I've asked that to be handled administratively by the staff, and that's an ongoing process with the department. we have requested relief from the town engineer for spacing of the driveway to the intersection, which is 106 feet, where 200 is required, and from the drive aisle, 44 feet, where 150 feet is required. Both of those are pending before the town engineer for his recommendation. We have a traffic expert with us here tonight who will summarize her findings with regard to the expert and the support that she's provided the town engineer for these requests. We are requesting final administratively if the board so approves the project. I'm going to step away and have Brian King come up and give you the explanation of the site design, and I'll be available to, of course, to respond to any concerns. So I'll bring Brian up now.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Brian King, civil engineer from Crossman Engineering, 151 Centerville Road, Warwick, Rhode Island.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I would like to give an overview of our site design. And the plan that's on the board now is actually a good place to start. This is our site layout plan. The proposed improvements is for a scrub-a-dub car wash. It's 4,450 square feet. It's a 110-foot long building, approximately 40 feet wide. Access to the site is off of New London Turnpike. There's a driveway that's 16 feet wide. That's the only entrance to the site. And there's two exits from the site. One is on New London Turnpike, which is a right turnout only, and is also an exit only on Salvis. When you turn into the site from New London Turnpike, you have a choice. You can go to the left to the vacuum spaces, or most cars would probably go straight to go to the car wash. There's a pay station that's deep into the site. Actually, the site dimensions work perfect for this car wash building because it's deeper. And what that means is there's plenty of room for vehicles to stack at the pay station. There's actually room for 26 vehicles to stack from the entrance of the car wash, which is in the back of the building, all the way through the site without blocking the driveway. 20 vehicles from the pay station without blocking the driveway. And it's very highly unlikely that there would be that many cars in line. We do have a detail that we can review that actually shows those cars in queuing in the plan set. When you go through the car wash, it's a one-way through. From the plan top, you go through towards the plan bottom, toward New London Turnpike. And when you exit, you can either leave the site or you can go to the vacuum stations. There's 10 proposed vacuum stations, 6 standard parking spaces, and 1 ADA space for a total of 17. When we were here for the pre-application review, there was a comment, which actually was an excellent comment, about if a vehicle were to go to the vacuum stations and they were all occupied, how would that vehicle turn around? So we did make some modifications, and we made a extra wide aisle next to the ADA space. It's almost double wide, and that would actually serve for a location for a 3-point turn. And I believe the staff report from the planning department was we should provide a sign regarding that would be the location of the 3-point turn, which we will do that. The reason why there's no driveway in the back is because of the grade change. The existing conditions on site, there's quite a change from Gay Street to New London Turnpike. There's almost a 10-foot elevation change. So that's the reason why we don't have driveway in the back. All the driveways are in the front where the site can be graded appropriately. At this location, we have, actually, before I talk about the utilities, I want to say we also are proposing some off-site improvements. We're proposing a sidewalk that runs along New London Turnpike. There's no sidewalk there today, it's just pavement. So that sidewalk runs the whole length of the the property along New London Turnpike, and it ends at Salvis with an ADA ramp. And we're also proposing to install a left turn lane on New London Turnpike. Existing today, there is actually a left turn lane. If you were coming from 95 going towards the site, there's a left turn lane for Salvis. And just a little beyond the site or into the site, there's a left turn lane for Duncan. So really what we're doing is we're just extending that existing left turn lane, still providing 2 lanes in each direction. That's a center left turn lane. So that'll work perfect for the site. And it actually works great for the existing conditions because there's one on each side already. For the utilities on site, there's municipal utilities. There's water, sewer, gas, electric, telephone communications. We have submitted to all those departments for their approval. We have Kent County water approval so far. The others will be coming soon, I believe. We've also submitted to DEM for a stormwater permit. And actually on the next page would be our grading plan. And on that plan, we have shown the existing grades and the proposed grades for the site. We have designed an extensive drainage system, stormwater management system, which will collect all of the runoff from the impervious area on site. We have catch basins on site that will collect the runoff, and this runoff will be piped into these underground infiltration systems. We have 2 underground systems proposed. We did do some soil evaluations on site to take a look at the soils, and the soils are great. They're sand and gravel, deep water table, perfect for infiltration. And that's what we're proposing underneath the pavement. This stormwater management system is designed in accordance with the DEM regulations. It provides the water quality pretreatment, infiltration, and retention as required in the regulations. The peak flow after development will be much less than what it is today. Within our plan set, we also have a lighting plan. It's actually a very detailed lighting plan. It has photometric numbers on it. And it indicates that we are following the dark skies principle. All the light would be shed downward onto the site and not toward the neighboring sites or properties. We have a landscape plan stamped by a landscape architect. And on this landscape plan, we have a variety of shade trees, shrubs, flowering, evergreen, and ground cover throughout the site. We also included in the plan set a soil erosion and sediment control plan. That would be for construction, so the contractor can follow that plan. And we also have a manual for that the contractor to follow, that he has to do inspections and construct the site in accordance with that manual. So we have submitted that report to DEM, and we've also submitted that to the town for the soil erosion permit, and those are both pending. So that's what I have for my presentation. If there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Anybody on the board have any questions for the applicant? You answered many of mine, the stacking, of course, but I know that the lot is very deep.
Yes.
Is this fully automated, or is there anybody that works that's going to?
Oh, there will be employees that work there
So if
too.
the stacking got to the point, you could actually put some sign or no cars after this last one. I've seen that before, because we don't want stacking to go on to London Turnpike.
Right.
So,
No, I mean,
I don't foresee any. I think the applicant will be very happy if he has.
Right. 26 cars is a lot of cars. It'd be a great day for a car
We
wash.
have a place for
business.
snow removal pile, which is nice.
Yes.
And you did address the sidewalks. I don't know if the town is going to entertain some signage coming out onto Salvis.
Yes.
That's really my concerns, and you answered all of them just about. So, thank you. Anybody else?
Well, I have one. It's more perhaps for the operation. 26 cars can stack. We've got the cars going through. How many vacuum stations are there? It looks like a lot of vacuums.
There's 10 vacuum stations proposed.
Just 10 total?
Yeah.
That include, are those vacuum stations up in the front along New London Avenue as well?
There's two in the front and then the rest are on the side of.
Two, okay. I couldn't tell by those little symbols how many were actually there. Now, is there a place, I know, the one on Route 2, you know, at any given time, there's 2 or 3 cars that have come out of the tunnel that want to pull over and sit and wipe down their cars and do their windshields. Is there a place for that here?
Well, there is I mean, that would be really what you would want to do in a vacuum spot. I think someone would come out of the car wash and they could park in the vacuum and they could do those things. There is actually a loading area as you enter the site, which could be for loading to meet the requirement for the zoning ordinance, but also that would be a good spot before you go into the car wash if you wanted to take a rack off your car or something like that.
Right. I got that part. It's just that, and again, I'm only going by the only other scrubber dub I know is when you enter the site, the vacuums are on the right. You can vacuum your car, then you
Correct.
can continue on and get it washed. And when you come out, there's a place to pull over and wipe it down. The reason I brought it up, and again, it's just more for consideration. It's you guys' business, but I just don't want to see it tying up where cars are trying to get out and there's 3 or 4 people trying to dry their cars off and there's no place for them to park. So they just kind of try to pull over and it adds to the congestion. If all those vacuums are needed, that's fine. But it was just kind of more of a.
Yeah, I think we've found that those vacuum spaces are, you know, they're of value, definitely that they.
If you think you're going to use all 10, that's fine. I just want to make sure there's a place when people come out of the tunnel where they're not going to block other cars.
Right. Well,
Trying to get out to Salva, so it forces them out to New London or block them from going out in London and they got to go out Salvas.
Right. I mean, we don't have a designated car for that operation, but there are plenty of parking, you know, right in front.
Yeah.
And one thing I do want to mention too is, you know, the minimum aisle width for driveways typically is 24 feet. You know, we're providing 26 and 28. It's just a little wider. So I think that helps with the vehicle movement inside the site as well.
That's on the vacuum cleaner side.
Actually, it's 26 on the Salvas side and it's 28 feet wide, the aisle on the New London Turnpike side.
Okay.
So that, you know, that's an extra 4 feet than normal. And
It was
I
just
think-
meant as a constructive.
Yeah.
I'm not, you know, it's just operational. I'm just trying to, you know,
Yeah.
you guys, I'm sure want to identify any issues before you get all this stuff built.
right. I mean, there's
just
a
like
couple
we do.
spots that they could probably put their car and it wouldn't be in the way. But we don't have a designated spot. No.
Okay. Thanks.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Go ahead, John.
I did have a question. I noticed you do have a proposed trench drain. It seems fairly close to the building. Are you putting, I'm gonna put any, I don't know the technical term of the business, but it's kind of like little speed bumps to kind of shake all the water off the car. If there's any left before it goes out into the driving areas where it can be used in winter. But I'm just commenting that the trench drain looks a little close. I don't know what the standard is.
Yeah. The trench drain location is actually, it's their prototypical location. And they found that's, you know, a pretty good spot for it. Whatever gets caught in the trench drain does go into the underground drainage system.
So
Yep.
that's right.
Anybody else for the?
Mr. Chairman, may I
Sure.
introduce the traffic expert, give brief support to some of the statements by Mr. King and for our request for waiver as to those 2 driveway distances. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Elizabeth McChesney. I'm the traffic engineer at Crossman Engineering at 151 Centerville Road in Warwick, Rhode Island. Sure. It's MCC HESNEY.
Thank you.
Yep. So I'm just going to quickly kind of summarize my findings for traffic, and then I'm going to go over a little bit about the queuing analysis. And then I was going to respond to the comments from the town engineer, if that sounds okay.
Yes.
Okay. So My conclusion after going through this was that the proposed car wash will not have a detrimental effect on adjacent roadways. And the conclusion is based on the following facts. The project is not expected to generate a large number of trips. It's less than the Rhode Island standard or Rhode Island DOT standard required for a traffic study, which is 100 entering and 100 exiting, that would trigger the need for a traffic study. We found for the AM peak hour, we would expect 34 trips. That would be 17 trips in, 17 trips out. For the PM peak hour, we would anticipate 41 trips in, 41 trips out, for 82 trips. And then the highest being for a Saturday peak hour, 63 trips in, 63 trips out for 126 trips. With the exception of Salvis Avenue at New London during the PM peak and Saturday peak, the rest of the intersections that we looked at, which were Arnold, Center of New England, and then the actual site driveway, as well as Salvis. With the exception of Salvis at New London during the PM peak and Saturday, when we did analysis comparing existing conditions compared to build conditions, there was no change in level of service. And what I mean by level of service is it's basically something, it's a qualitative measure of operational conditions for level of service A being best conditions, very little delay, with level of service F being gridlock, or not, maybe not gridlock, but worse conditions, longer delays. So as I said, in each case, there was no change in level of service from what you're expecting, except for the PM peak and Saturday peak at Salvis. And for those two locations, for the PM peak hour, the Salvis approach changes from a level of service B, which is really good level of service, to a level of service C, which is also still a good level of service. The project added an additional 9.9 seconds of delay at that particular approach during the PM peak hour. For the Saturday peak hour, the Salvis approach went from a level of service C to a level of service D/E. So it went from 15 seconds to about 37 seconds. This is still a reasonable delay for an unsignalized approach at a busy urban 4-lane arterial. And it's also important to note that the analysis that we did shows the worst case condition, where I assumed half of the traffic exiting the site at Salvis Avenue will be turning to the north and half will be turning to the left to go on to New London. In actuality, as drivers become more accustomed, drivers will probably choose to head more often, more of them, to the Grandview direction once they become familiar with the site. And that will certainly improve the delay. Even though, it's a higher delay than they're experiencing now, it's still a reasonable delay. And in each case, the proposed site drives will have a good level of service. For build condition, we'd expect a level of service B at the New London site drive, and we'd expect a level of service A at the Salvis site drive. And in all cases, New London approaches will have a level of service A as well. Lastly, the proposed site drive is more than sufficient to accommodate the maximum queue. In addition, it meets Rhode Island DOT standards for drive-through car wash stacking. And I can go into a little more detail if you'd like me to right now. So in talking about queue analysis, I don't know if we're able to go to, there's something that shows C94. So the blow up. I don't know if they're going to be able to tell what that is from. Is that the blow? Oh, that is it. It's the bottom, the corner right. I don't know if you're able to zoom in on the corner right bottom. So we looked at a few different things for queue analysis. Firstly, Rhode Island DOT physical alteration permit regulations for a car wash requires a minimum of a 10 vehicle stacking space from the first point of contact, which is the pay station in this case, to the point on the roadway. And what we've shown here are 26 cars stacked back. DOT requires, if I can walk up to this just to show. Okay. So this is the pay point. This is the point of contact. And so as Brian mentioned, we've got 20 cars and Rhode Island DOT requires 10. In addition to that, the 26 that we're allowing for on site, we don't really expect that the queue would ever reach this level. Even in a condition where we have extreme washing demands, say on a weekend after a snowstorm where we're expecting way more than usual, let's say 90 vehicles entering and exiting in an hour. A standard service rate for a car wash is like 110 vehicles processed each hour. In a case like that, the maximum queue would be a 14 vehicle queue. The proposed car wash actually has a maximum service rate they can dial up to 130 vehicles per hour serviced. So they can if it starts stacking up and you're getting towards 14, they can increase the service rate and that would give you a maximum queue of 7 vehicles. So the existing layout is more than sufficient to accommodate the maximum 95th percent queue that we calculated. And in addition, it surpasses what Rhode Island DOT requires. Last thing I will go through. We had a few comments from the town engineer, and it was in relation to a couple of issues that we were asking for a variance on. There was concern about the distance from the site driveway on the main roadway to the Salvis intersection. And your ordinance requires 200-foot distance, and what's been provided is a 106-foot distance. The other concern was the spacing of the driveway, the proposed driveway for this proposed project in relation to the Dunkin' Donuts driveway, exiting out right, both being an exit right. The ordinance requiring 150 feet and says 44 feet were provided. Center line to center line, it's really more like 60 feet, but still less than what the ordinance asks for. So I'm going to go through a couple different things to kind of talk about why it still should not be an issue that we're not meeting that requirement. So the first is that these are 2 different land uses and they tend to have different peak hours. So if we look at a weekday high peak for Dunkin' Donuts versus a car wash, the weekday peak hour for a typical Dunkin' Donuts occurs early in the morning, say between 6 and 9 a.m. The weekday peak hour for a car wash tends to occur later in the day, late in the afternoon. In this particular location, the peak traffic on New London occurs between 4:30 and 5:30. So on a weekday, the busiest time of day for traffic at Dunkin' Donuts is early morning, which would be the slower time of day for the car wash. Likewise, on a Saturday, we looked at the peak time of day, which is midday on New London. So the highest Saturday peak hour generated by Dunkin' Donuts occurs earlier on a Sunday. And the car wash most likely occurs between 12 and 1, or maybe even slightly later than that. We did all our analysis based on what the peak was on the main road. So likewise, on a Saturday, the peak hour of traffic generation for Dunkin' Donuts and a car wash would most likely not coincide. In addition to that, based on our trip generation, if we look at what's happening over an hour's time, on average, fewer than 1 car exiting right from Dunkin' Donuts each minute, and approximately 1 car exiting right every 2 minutes from the proposed car wash. In addition, we anticipate Dunkin' Donuts to experience an average delay of 14 seconds at most, and vehicles exiting right from the proposed project to experience a delay at most of 12.7 seconds. And so that seems to give each of those exit driveways plenty of time to enter the traffic separately. The other thing I'll talk about a little bit is the fact that we're prohibiting left turns, that we've got restricted right turns for both of the driveways and how that helps. Traffic exiting the proposed site onto New London Turnpike are restricted to right turns only. As such, drivers exiting the proposed site would be looking left. They'd be looking left, northeast towards the Dunkin' Donuts driveway. So they'd be looking at that. And they'd also be looking towards southwestbound traffic. So they would be ensuring that they had adequate clearance to safely complete that right turn. Furthermore, prohibiting exiting lefts onto New London Turnpike from the site driveway, as we've proposed, eliminates the possibility of conflicts with lefts out of the site and rights turning out of Dunkin' Donuts. Drivers traveling northeast on New London Turnpike who plan to turn left into the proposed car wash are looking straight ahead, and they have a clear line of sight to see cars exiting Dunkin' Donuts. The third thing I'll talk about are the sight lines that people have when they're driving on New London. There is a shorter distance, 106, like I said, from the proposed site driveway to Salvis Avenue intersection than the 200 feet required by the ordinance. Downstream, maybe this might be good to, might be good to look at the site plan. Downstream southwestbound traffic on New London Turnpike can turn right into Salvis Avenue with no delay and without blocking or delaying traffic upstream. Traffic traveling northeastbound that plan to turn left into Salvis Avenue. As I said, they have a clear sight line to see traffic exiting right from the proposed drive. In addition, they can queue now in the proposed extended dedicated left turn lane until they have a safe gap. It should also be noted that Salvis Avenue is a low volume road, and during the Saturday peak hour, the peak hour day with the most traffic exiting Salvis Avenue, there are only 16 vehicles turning left during that hour that could possibly block southwestbound traffic coming out of the proposed site drive. That's an average of only one vehicle exiting every 4 minutes. Based on the low volume of traffic on Salvis, the fact that we've got clear sight lines on New London, and the new queuing area that we have on the northeastbound side of New London Turnpike. In addition to the fact that, they have the land uses have different peak hours, the reduced driveway to intersection distance should not be an issue. Do you have any questions?
Thank you.
No.
I just have one comment.
Sure.
So when we did our site walk, just for the public, because it is a public hearing, we
Yep.
did our site walk between 10 and 11 on a Saturday morning.
Okay.
And I was very surprised on how good the traffic did flow.
Okay.
So that made me a little happy about the traffic. So but,
That's good. Well, and like I said, I looked at the worst case conditions. So I was looking when traffic was the worst on New London. So
No, it was very detailed. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Does anybody else have any questions for traffic? Hearing none? Come on up, Tom.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Nothing further at this time.
Okay. Anybody else have any questions before I open up public hearing?
I have, sorry, I
Go ahead, Rick.
have two questions. Just wondering and I know you've seen the pork chops that are out there now for all the other businesses it looks like there's a little room behind the sidewalk. Is there any way to make that a hard right so we don't have people coming out and trying to take a left? Because it's going to happen. In other words, the shape of the pork, a nice round, like they can't hop the curb and take a left, because that's what happens at least 2 or 3 of the other businesses. I just don't know if it's possible.
I think Brian does.
Yeah, yeah. Looks pretty drastic.
And then I have one follow-up to not related.
I just have a question. Are you talking about the right turnout only onto New London Turnpike?
Yes,
So you would like us to make it more defined?
yes.
Yes, that can be done.
And then I do have another, how many employees are on site on, you, 3 to 5 employees? So where do they park?
Yeah, we have six parking spaces.
Okay, I must have missed it. I was trying to look at the plan while you were
That would
making the
not be the vacuum,
presentation.
And I think the higher number of employees is would be,
Okay, so those are the ones that are along New London Avenue that we were talking about, or where are those spaces? I'm sorry, I just,
it's actually, yes, there's 5 along New London and there's 1 along Salvis, and there's also an ADA on Salvis, on that street side.
so those aren't vacuum spaces?
They are vacuum, but there is, I believe there's 8 vacuum, 1 standard and 1 ADA on that side.
Right. So there's 8 marked vacuum, there's vacuums there. And then there's 2 vacuums and 5 other spaces up on the London Ave. But we talked about people coming out of the car wash and drying off their cars. We've got 3 to 5 employees, and then we've got people using the vacuums. And I know you're not going to pay for vacuums if you don't think people are going to use them. So I was just trying to I'm just trying to make sure that it's not going to be so congested on the site that people can't maneuver. It's
Right. No, I mean, I think the drive aisles are wider than normal. And if there was a need to turn off, I think there's, as soon as you get out of the car wash, if you turn right, there's an area there facing Salvis. But one thing that Danny Paisner, who is the owner of this, had mentioned to me is that I guess there's a heating system when you come out of the car wash that also helps the drying process. So with that heating system, I think there might be less need or want to wipe down your car.
Well, I just, again, I'm only familiar with the one on Route 2. You pull over, they have some nice blue cloths for you. There's a waste basket. You can pull over, you can wipe down your door jams or do whatever the car wash may have missed, or some wet spots that might have stayed on the car. And people tend to use them. Honestly, there's 2 or 3. In fact, sometimes people will pull out and they won't realize they're taking up 2 spaces.
Yeah.
And not that I ever go there, because you can tell that I do.
No, but this is a prototypical. There are other scrub-a-dubs in Massachusetts, in Rhode Island.
Right.
So they find that, what we're providing here it works. It works for them.
And I wouldn't suggest prohibiting it, but do you think there's enough room for, if needed, parking on either side of Salvis, or is the street just wide enough for the traffic? Is there any on-street parking on Gay Street or Salvis Street that employees could use if they needed to? I was just asking.
I mean, we're not showing any, but those roads are not that busy. So
Yeah.
if there was a problem,
All right.
then
It was just a question, but the request I had was for the hard right on the pork, make that a defined pork chop. It looks like there's plenty of room, given the setback between the back of sidewalk and the, I'll call it the decorative block retaining wall, that if you had to make that a little bit more of a definitive right, so people realize it would almost make it very difficult for them to take a left. Because I know you're going to get some people taking a left.
We can certainly do that. We can make it more defined and, do whatever we can with signage. We'll have signage as far as, no right turn and things like that.
Yes.
I think it would be easier, just to take a right turn. That would be a tricky spot to turn left. That's why we don't have a left.
Oh, they're all tricky. CVS is tricky, Dunkin's tricky, and so is the Cumberland Farms, and they all do it.
Okay.
That's all.
So yeah, we can
Anybody
make
else?
that more defined.
Mr. Smith first, and then Mr. Anderson after. Go ahead, Mr. Smith.
What's the average traffic? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Okay. What's the average speed of the cars going by the entrance, miles per hour?
I know with the traffic signals, the speed is controlled quite a bit on New London Turnpike. there's a signal at Center in New England and there's one at Arnold. So
I'm just wondering if you
yeah, during,
figured out what it was, if it's 15 miles an hour or 20 miles an hour.
off the top of my head, I'm not sure what the speed limit signs are in that area.
25.
25.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I know the traffic signals and the
They're
volume of
stacked up
traffic.
pretty good, so they're
Yeah.
slow.
Yeah. I don't think people race by there,
No. All
at
right.
least not during the peak condition.
Yes, thank you. As far as congestion, Mr. Coloni picked up on, how's that trash managed? Is that off hours or is that coming anytime during the day and how often?
Excuse me one second. Thank you for your patience, Mr. Anderson. So they pick up the trash before the car wash opens for the day.
Okay.
That's the operational routine.
All right. Okay. That's all I need. Thanks.
Anybody else? Vision.
Yeah, you'll notice that on the renderings here, you can see that the roadway right of way is quite wide in front of this building, and although we have maintained that, it really kind of limits where we could even put anything at all. So that's a big consideration in that entire area. The Flynn lawn. Okay. We'll get a Russell-sized pork chop up there in the Flynn lawn.
If anybody else requires here, okay, I'll say a motion for public hearing.
Make a motion that we open the public hearing.
I have a motion by Mr. Smith. I have a second. Second. I have a second by Mr. Kinney. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, public hearing is now open on the proposed car wash. What I will do is I will start on my left, your right. Come on up. And then we'll get through. Everybody will have a chance to talk. Is there anybody on the left side of the room that want to come up and speak for or against this project? Okay, anybody on the right side of the room? Okay, hearing none. Anybody on Zoom will have their hand up, would like to speak for or against the project? Okay. All right, one last time. Anybody want to come up? Okay, I'll entertain a motion to close public hearing.
I'll make a motion to close public hearing.
Motion by Mr. Kenny to close public hearing. Do I get a second? Second. Mr. Burke seconds it. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, public hearing is now closed.
Let's keep it. I want to make sure he's familiar with these stipulations.
Mr. Cronin? Yes. Are you, I see a lot of, are you okay with staff's recommendation? Have you read those through?
Yes.
Okay.
So all the stipulations, let me just go over, there's a couple that's a connection. Sewer connection looks good. DEM stormwater, soil erosion. Road opening permits, final plan, site layout. The side yard setback for the accessory structures, the plans currently state the canopy 11 feet from the property, 10 feet is required, however, 20 feet is required, and the plans indicate elsewhere the canopy is more than 20 feet. That's going to be addressed.
That's going to be addressed.
Okay.
Revised plans.
Yep, no problem, just checking. No problem specifying how the yellow street markings will be removed from the median in the street. Signs alerting motorists that the 14-foot wide aisle on the west side of the site is to be used for a 3-point turn. Stop sign and do not enter signs to make sure the one-way road stays that way. Let me see. Sewer tying. Traffic analysis is being addressed. We talked about that. And you're going to use the West Warwick standard detail in lieu of the typical sewer line detail that's shown on the plan. I think that was it. I just wanted to make sure you were okay with all those before we
Yes.
did a motion. Okay, and the permits that you need still are those that they have in here, which are Central Coventry, the administrative variance for lot coverage, DEM, stormwater construction and water quality, Kent County Water Authority, sewer subcommittee, town council, sewer tie-in, and soil erosion sedimentation and building permits, right?
So Kent County Waters has come in since that was
Okay,
written, but
good.
other than that, yes.
okay, okay.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion for the proposed car wash.
Okay, I'll make a motion, Mr. Chairman, to favorable approval of a development plan review for Coventry Realty LLC, the applicant being Scrub-a-Dub Auto Car Wash Centers, the address of the property being 2305 New London Turnpike, Assessors Plat 7, Lot 15, in the I-1 zone. It's approximately 0.81 acres, which is a former garage repair business. The proposal's for a 4,450 square foot car wash facility where the applicant's going to demolish the existing building and construct the building that was presented to us tonight with a drive-through for a car wash. Okay, let's see. The proposal utilizes a parcel that was largely already developed, and given that the existing lot is mostly comprised of pavement and a dilapidated building, the proposed street trees and other landscaping will likely improve the appearance and function of the site. The area consists of a mix of local businesses. The elevations provided by the applicant indicate the proposal will look appropriate for the area. Public sewer is available. Project plans and sewer applications are currently under review by the town of West Warwick or the West Warwick Regional Wastewater Treatment Facility and the Coventry Sewer Authority. They already have approval from Kent County Water for connection to water facilities. The applicant proposes ingress and egress via both New London Turnpike and Salvage Street. The applicant has provided a traffic analysis that is satisfactory to the town engineer with regards to stopping site distance at the New London Turnpike driveway. The applicant is still going or pending to provide the town with a revised report specifically addressing section 1234 and 1235 for driveway access, which refers to the distance to the nearest intersection and drive access spacing. Applicant has submitted an RIDEM application for stormwater construction permit and water quality certification. The applicant will receive a soil erosion and sediment control plan prior to the issuance of a building permit. Strict adherence to the permits received by RIDEM and the town engineer will be required in order to prevent pollution of surface groundwater. The plan does not appear to place excessive stress on town services and infrastructure. There's adequate utilities as overhead wires are already existing in the project area. The connection will be coordinated with the appropriate utility companies. Any objectionable features appear to be located to the rear of the lot. Landscaping and parking plans have been included in the submission. The industrial zones. The proposed project is consistent with the town comprehensive plan. The industrial zone areas that include both manufacturing and non-manufacturing activities, as well as transportation and utility type uses. This proposal is consistent with that. The proposal will not likely have undue adverse environmental impacts. The plan generally conforms to the zoning regulations. However, the applicant has a pending application for an administrative variance on lot coverage. He's proposing 70% where 60% is allowed. The applicant has provided a traffic analysis that is satisfactory to the town engineer with regard to stopping and sight distance, as I previously noted. This favorable approval comes with I'm not going to read them all, the 7 stipulations that are contained in the director's report on page 7, 8, and 9. And I would like to incorporate the planning director's report into my motion. And final development plan review can proceed administratively, provided all the conditions are met.
Thank you, Rick. We have a motion.
Mr. Chairman, just a point of order. Did
Yes.
Mr. Clunian want to add in the alteration to the exit out the right
Pork
turn
chop,
only.
the Russell
Yes.
pork chop? Okay. All right. And with one more, I'll make that motion with one more stipulation that they address the right exit onto New London Turnpike by modifying the curb line to make it a more definitive right turn as we discussed. No, he is.
Okay, I have a motion by Mr. Clooney, and do I have a second? Second by Mr. Price. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Good luck,
Thank
guys.
you. Okay, we have another public hearing, preliminary plan, Four Farm Road, owners Harold and Judy M. Seamus, applicant Creative Spaces LLC, CO Patrick Panos, proposed A lot, major subdivision, the cul-de-sac, and one existing lot remain, AP 65, lot 67, R2, and the address is 2409 Flat River Road. Come on up, Mr. Cronin.
Mr. Chairman, can I just make a comment? I have a question, I guess, for staff and the solicitor. I just noticed it a minute ago.
On this application?
Yes, on the agenda, it's listed as an 8-lot major with the cul-de-sac.
Well, that's the original.
Okay.
So that always states the original, and I know we're down one.
And I saw 7 major. with
No problem.
No cul-de-sac. Okay.
I thought Mr. Chairman was, lobbing me up a softball, right? I'm gonna come up and stop by reminding you that at master plan, you beat us up for a public street and a lot. But Thomas Cronin, Nolan Bernero Cronin Farrar, 1070 Main Street, Coventry, Rhode Island, for the applicant. And that is true. We are before you with a revised, reduced plan after master plan hearings, December 15th, 2021 and January 26th, 2022, where we removed a public street and one house lot on the plan after conferring with this board, the planning staff, and listening to the neighbors on Four Farm Road. Currently, we have 109.4 acres at 2409 Flat River Road. There's a farmhouse, a farm with some outbuildings on Flat River Road. Of the 109 acres, a good deal of it is Hall's Pond. It's a predominant feature on this piece of property. The proposal is to keep the existing home on Flat River Road and its various outbuildings as one lot and to develop 6 new house lots on Poor Farm Road. You can see them displayed here. Each of those new house lots will have access to Poor Farm Road with the utilities coming from there. The Town Farm Road is to the north above Hall's Pond, and Poor Farm Road to the east of these properties, and Town and Flat River Road to the south. So you can see the parcels are pretty well separated by the southern leg of Hall's Pond. And the farmhouse that's going to stay with its various outbuildings is separated from the lot, which will be subdivided into the 6 new house lots by that southern leg of Hall's Pond. This is a conforming subdivision. Each of these house lots conforms to the RR2 zone with regard to area, setbacks, frontage, all of those requirements. We're not seeking any zoning relief. One of the big questions at master plan that we have addressed with this design is the ownership of the 3 small dams contained in Hall's Pond. And you'll see that lot 6, the western lot in the new area here, is about 60-acre lot. And of that 60 acres, a good amount of that is included is aquatic, let's say, and that the owner of that lot will be responsible for the three small dams, just to get everyone back on the same page as we move forward. We're here tonight for preliminary plan review, and as is custom, I will not go over the site plan so that the engineer has to go over it again. Instead, I'll bring up Jason Clough from Dupree Engineering, who will review the site design with you. We did have a traffic study completed at the request of this board, and Paul Bannon from Beta is here to discuss that traffic as well. But I'll bring Jason from Dupree up first to discuss the site design, if that's okay with you, Mr. Chairman.
No problem, Mr. Cronin. Come on up. Name and address, please.
Jason Clough, CLOUGH, with Dupree Engineering, address of 2 Stafford Court, Cranston, Rhode Island. Good evening. As Tom mentioned, since we were here last, we've completed a further design of the property with the master plan approval. We have 6 new lots proposed, the house lots that are shown here on this plan, and 1 remaining homestead lot, which is accessed off of Flat River Road. Since the master plan approval, we've completed the site design. We've submitted to DEM for a freshwater wetlands permit, and as part of that, we also received a RIPDES permit. In addition, we submitted for a subdivision suitability with the test holes that were completed for the lots, and we received that approval as well. As part of the house lot design, we've employed, we don't have a road creation here, so we've employed low impact development design elements. We have dry wells proposed for the homes. We have stone trenches proposed for the driveways. Alternatively, the driveways could be pervious in nature. The soils out there are great. We have 8, 9, 10-foot water tables, sand. So really, practically speaking, the stormwater just is going to soak right up. But we do have the designs that we've included for the houses that are shown, which is reviewed and approved by DEM. For utilities, we have proposed septic systems, which the designs will be completed prior to getting building permits. At this point, we just have the subdivision suitability. So we have approved locations for the septics. We've also shown proposed wells on each of the lots. In addition to that, they would have overhead utilities from Poor Farm Road.
I'm sorry. Can you repeat that? They would have
Overhead utilities, so electric and communication.
Just bring them to the mic, sir.
Sure. I guess just to touch a little bit more on the drainage, we've mitigated stormwater. As indicated in the stormwater report, we've shown decrease for the 10-year and 100-year storms. There was a note in the staff report based on the review by the town engineer that the 1-year storm does not show a decrease. That was discussed in the stormwater report. I believe probably will require further coordination with the town engineer. But we are for the 1-year storm, we are infiltrating 100% of the impervious areas. What it seems like is just the limitations of the stormwater model for such a small storm. We are showing a minor increase on the 1-year storm, where we're having decreases for all the larger storms. So we've looked at it. We don't expect that any of that stormwater is even going to reach the ponds because of the high permeability of the soils in this area. And even if it did, it really has no measurable impact. But as noted, it appears we're going to need to have further coordination with the town engineer. I guess as we've noted during master plan, there's the area proposed for development is located outside of any floodplain areas. There is a flood zone on the property that's located, adjacent to the wetland areas, but again, it's outside of any proposed development area. And that pretty much sums it up. If there are any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Anybody on the board have any questions? Go ahead, Mr. President.
The bottom corner or on the plans, it says there's an area that must be maintained for sight distance. Looks like you're taking down some trees and shrubs in that area. That seems to be the town right of way. It notes on here that it must be maintained. Is that going to be the job of the property owner, adjacent property owner?
I mean, I guess it's partially, within that corridor is also overlapping into the property, and is anticipated that the owner's going to have to maintain the kind of the lower height and not place any structural elements, walls or fences or things that would impede the vision. It's based on recommendations from the traffic engineer is one of the things that was requested that we look at during master plan.
Thank you. That it, John?
Yep.
Anybody else? Hey.
Mr. Chairman, can I introduce the traffic engineer to summarize the traffic study?
Absolutely. Hi, Mr. Brown.
Good evening. For the record, Paul Bannon, Senior Associate at Beta Group in Lincoln, Rhode Island, head of the manager of the traffic section in our office. We were retained to complete a safety assessment for this project. Traffic volumes and operations is not a concern because of the low scale of the development, the number of homes. So what we were retained to do is assist the site engineer in locating the driveway to make sure that they were sited properly to provide safe access and egress to the properties. As part of that effort, we worked with Dupree on the layout of the lots and the locations of the driveways. We inventoried the roadway for horizontal vertical geometry widths to obtain site distance regulatory information, signing. We obtained crash data from the local police department to determine if there are any safety concerns relative to the frequency and severity of any crashes. We conducted a traffic count on the roadway to determine the volume of traffic and the speed of traffic that travels along the road. And then we assessed and worked with the site engineer to locate the driveways. And as was indicated, we recommended that clearing be done along that segment of road because it's on the curve and the location of that driveway. Vegetation along that side of the road is overgrown. There's a lot of dead trees and overgrowth that extends up to the roadway edge. A lot of that will be cleared out and opened up, like similar to the opposite side of the road, and putting in those driveways that will be located for each of the lots. So they have to cut in the driveways and clear out that area. So that'll all be upgraded and improved and look like the other side of the road. So the roadway itself, in reviewing the regulatory signage, the road extends between Route 117 and Town Farm. There's stop sign and one stop bar at the Route 117 intersection. There's no stop sign or no stop bar at the Town Farm Road intersection. There's one posted speed limit that's in the southbound direction, faded, not proper height and reflectivity. And so we've recommended in our study that those be replaced and or installed, especially the stop bar and stop sign at Town Farm. because that intersection comes right up on you, and there's no indication that would have to stop. So we had made some recommendations both for that and speed limit signs for regulatory improvements. Traffic volumes, the roadway services on a daily basis, roughly 180 vehicles travel that road. There are 7 homes located on it. Typically, that would result in like 70 vehicles per day that would be generated by those homes. So Town Farm is used as access to, the Core Farm is used as access to and from Town Farm. Speeds vary. Northbound, we took speeds in the straightaway section of the road, which would be the higher speed area. Northbound was 30 miles an hour and southbound was 33, heading towards Route 117. Working with Deprete and sighting the driveways, all the driveways meet minimum stopping sight distances of 200 and 250 feet. So we've ensured, based on our recommendations and actual conditions along the road, that those driveways would be located and not cause safety issues for those residents or vehicles traveling along the road. Any questions?
Any questions for the traffic study? Go ahead, Kenny.
When you guys were placing the driveways, did you take into consideration the houses across the street? So when vehicles are exiting the driveways from the new development, the headlights aren't shining into the houses. Did you take that into consideration?
We didn't specifically look at that. Those houses are recessed back. There's landscaping in front, but we can look at anything that may need to be done.
Okay. I know that was a concern of the residents.
You only have so much frontage to work on.
Understood.
So.
Understood.
Anybody else? Okay, seeing none.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I do have some administrative items to cover with the board and with regard to this
Okay.
plan. We have requested a waiver of the street requirement and I guess a related request, a waiver of the landscape architect requirement of the checklist for this project. Although it started out with street creation, there is no street creation now. And as we stated at master plan and tonight, the efforts are going to be to leave as many trees as we can here that's the kind of thing that we're trying to create. So we'd ask for waiver of those 2 items. I did have some concern with the staff request for a 15-foot wide pedestrian easement along Town Farm Road. The town right away for that road is not well defined. And if you look at the site map for obvious reasons, Halls Pond seems to intrude upon the right of way.
Right.
And in addition to that, just after our property are several single family homes along Town Farm Road that back up to Halls Pond. And I just wasn't sure that was a productive item for this plan, given the location of the road in terms of the road right away in adjacent to Halls Pond, and then the abrupt end of that at the single family homes in the center. And I guess the top left, there might be a little piece of this project off of this picture in the top left, might be picked back up there. Again, it didn't seem to me to be a productive item for this particular project. And then finally, we'd request final administratively if the board chooses to approve this project.
Mr. Crossman, Mr. Crossman, you got Russell on my mind. Mr. Cronin, I happen to agree with that because I want to keep the rural integrity of that area. So as less trees that we can cut down and manipulate, I think that would be, the neighbors would want that to remain as rural as possible.
Yeah, it does sound after Mr. Bannon's testimony that we'll have to do some widening of the road on Poor Farm Road
Yes.
for safety reasons, but besides that, we would leave the trees.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Did I follow up on that? So,
Go ahead.
I read that 15-foot wide non-motorized recreation. And again, it's just an easement. It doesn't necessarily mean anyone's going to construct anything there, but it would be for future use. When I read that, I was wondering why it was only on Town Farm Road and it didn't carry through to Poor Farm Road, which is the entire frontage of this project, and then extend around the corner to Flat River. But since you mentioned it, do you plan on widening or granting any type of an easement to allow for the width of Poor Farm Road to be widened in the future if anyone, if it was warranted, without going to 6 new owners and asking them to?
Yeah. So, I mean, I don't know. I don't think a survey of that roadway frontage has been completed. I don't know the definition of the roadway right away along Poor Farm. It's been there certainly since colonial times.
Well, no, but you're putting monumentation and surveying the 6 lots.
Yeah.
So to reserve the town an easement along Poor Farm Road of the first 15 feet, wherever that may be, without surveying Poor Farm Road, would allow for widening in the future.
I think that's consistent with what Mr. Bannon was saying about the safety of the.
Yeah, there is that little easement area up there at the bend where they're going to clear. But I just wondered, in other words, the staff report says a 15-foot wide public non-motorized recreational use easement shall be included on the plans adjacent to Town Farm Road. And I understand what you're saying because I did see all the water there. I was going to say, well, if they're ever going to use any type of a walking path or want to put sidewalks in, I would think it would want to be in front of all the new houses on Poor Farm Road as well. And that was not mentioned in the staff report. And now as based on your last comment that Poor Farm Road is kind of narrow already, I was thinking, well, why not just reserve the town a perpetual easement along the entire frontage of these 6 lots for future expansion of Poor Farm Road, whether it's a sidewalk or a roadway widening or something else in the future. It doesn't look like it's going to have a detrimental effect on any of the building envelopes or anything else. I mean, it's just
I'm going to explain to you about transportation. I don't think that's probably a great conversation for me, but I don't know where that roadway right away is. And to grant an additional easement outside of that roadway right away, I don't know where that'll end me up. So I can't really stand up here and say that I could agree with that. But based on what you're saying, the town would have, Mr. Smith nodding, right? Like the town has the power to do what you're saying, whether they have an easement or not. The DPW, right, comes in and says, we're widening the roadway. And
then you got to pay all the owners. Whereas if you grant the perpetual easement on the plat, you're already doing a survey. If the town decides to widen the road, they already have the easement. They don't have to pay any of these owners. It's already on record. That's what I was trying to do. I don't know how wide Poor Farm Road is either. Does DePreet know how far Town Farm Road is roughly? Poor Farm, I'm
he's
sorry.
breaking out his abacus right now.
It's a scale.
Yeah.
Right. Mr. Cronin.
That's funny.
It's happening. That's what they used when they laid the road out originally.
Yeah, right. Use a chain and a rod, Rick.
They just walked it off as if they did. Paced it.
I'll tell you what we did on Lewis Farm Road.
So now you know how lawyers do math, right? On our fingers. But no offense, Dave. Mr. Bannon did investigate this when he was doing his traffic, and the plan shows an 18-foot right of way. No, 18-foot road and a 40-foot right of way.
Oh, so the town has plenty of space.
Yes. So I'm glad I could answer your question.
And then my follow-up to that is, because it's not listed as a stipulation, does the applicant plan on implementing the recommendations made by the traffic engineer for signage and striping within the public right-of-way? So they're going to replace the speed signs, the stop signs, and put the stop bars in for the town?
That's correct.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cronin. Anybody else?
Yeah, I have a few questions.
One more, Mr. Cronin. Don't put your abacus away yet.
Hello, I just had a few questions. One was about the overhead utilities. You have the wires going through a lot of areas that aren't being disturbed. Are you going to be able to get the wires through those areas without disturbing the trees?
For the record, Jason Clough. I mean, as far as the overhead utilities go, I mean, I just took a stab at schematically showing them. We have overhead utilities proposed. Honestly, Rhode Island Energy is going to design that, and then they're going to lay it out. You know, they're going to, potentially have to place some poles on our side in certain locations to get the connections. So it's really.
So these aren't necessarily the final layouts, and
I wouldn't expect so. I'm really just trying to show that this is what we're doing. We're not doing underground utility connections. That's not what the proposal is for. But I find that the utility company is, and they don't come in until the end. You can't really get input from them early on, but they're going to do the final design.
Okay.
If I can add to that, just constructing a home myself, they will require an easement to maintain the wires.
Yes.
And that has to be done by the homeowner
Yes.
before you get your CO.
Yeah. I mean, some of what I was trying to do was just trying to place them between lots so we weren't doing
it's
things
just
twice.
schematic, that's all.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. Anybody
Thank you.
else?
And
Go ahead, Mr. Anthony. You all?
I still one more question.
Okay,
I'm
go ahead,
sorry.
guys. Sorry.
My second question was, I think, more appropriate for Mr. Cronin. You have a cemetery, proposed cemetery easement along the shoreline to the cemetery and back.
Jason drew that.
Okay.
Yeah. Based on the initial comments we got from the submission, we did on the record plan add an easement to the existing
Is
historic.
this the easement in the same location, or? Because my concern is where you're putting the easement may not be accessible to people right along the waterfront. Probably very heavy, dense vegetation, and would they really be expected to use that easement to get to the cemetery?
So you're talking about there as an existing easement now?
Oh, I don't know. Is that the existing easement, or are you just putting an easement, or are you just drawing a line?
We were just drawing a line on the.
So
plan.
I would ask that the easement actually be an easement that they can obtain to be accessible, not through an area that is densely vegetated.
Physical and legal access.
Yes.
Good question, Mr. Price. Is that all? Is that all, Mr. Price?
Yes, thank you.
For that question. Mr. Anderson, you have something?
Yeah, yes, please. Just to quantify, because, there's a big concern about, the environment and the wooded areas when this all came up. I see where I'm blind. Sheet number 6 just kind of outlines the actual lot clearing that's going to take place, for each of the lots. I mean, just to quantify it, I mean, it looks like, I don't know if that number is on here somewhere, but is it like 25 or 30% usually of this lot being, just for everyone's knowledge, you can actually pull up page 6 and just show people who might be online. And the big concern at the time was, knocking down trees and the environment itself. And it just appears here that there's not that much. I would say maybe 40% at best, maybe, where the lot's being cleared for this development on each of these lots.
We not a surprising answer for me, Mr. Anderson, but we haven't done the math on that. But I think your estimation, is visually accurate, right? That we've tried to not make the building envelopes too intrusive, right? We don't expect to have expanses of lawn in this area, right? Once the people buy them, it's their personal choice, but that's not our goal in building them.
Right. And as I see it just out of the gate, it does appear as though we're just trying to disturb as less as possible. looking like you're filling up the lots with what is needed to be filled up with a house or, a resident. So, okay, I just want to note that. Thanks.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Anybody else? Okay. Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion to open up public hearing for Paul Farm Road.
Motion to open public hearing.
I have a motion by Mr. Clooney, and I have a second.
Second motion.
Second by Mr. Burt. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, public hearing is now open. I will start on my left. Anybody wants to come up for or against this project, raise your hand and I will. Come on up, sir. Name and address for the record, please.
David Schwartz, 2049 Flat River Road. There's really a couple of issues here. It's not a matter of saving trees or taking them down. It's really a bigger issue. There's the soil around them. This is one of the last filtration areas for Johnson's Pond. Johnson's Pond at this point is going through an ecological breakdown. If this was not happening, you wouldn't have the blue-green algae. So with the blue-green algae, there's always the warnings. Don't swim in the pond. Don't let your animals go in the pond. And there's been reports of dead animals in the pond and dead animals in the woods. So I'm thinking to myself, what are the pieces of this puzzle? So I called the state veterinarian and I said, exactly what does the blue-green algae do? And he said, it causes either chronic or acute liver failure. So this all has to do with the ecology of the pond. The ecology of the pond has to do with the filtration of if this root mass is broken up, you're going to have more pollutants going down into the pond. And to save a tree during construction, you have to do no root disturbance out to the drip line. That's the minimum support systems that these trees need. But it's a bigger, and this is just pieces of the puzzle I'm giving you on this. If the support systems are broken up, the larger system starts crashing. So, you can treat this like it's generic and the parts aren't really alive, but there's a relationship, between the trees and the ecology. I mean, it can be done right. I'm not saying don't do it, but once this is broken, it's broken. And if the construction on the trees, we're just dealing with the trees now, if this isn't done right, within 3 years, they're going to be dead. And dead is dead. There's no arguing past that point. So there's more pieces of the puzzle that need to be considered here. And that's all I'm going to say.
Thank you for your comments. Mr. Cronin, would you like to address that? Put your abacus away and.
I don't have any comment.
All right. Thank you. Anybody else from the public like to come up and speak? Seeing none on the left side. Anybody on the right side would like to come up and speak? Oh, I'm sorry, I missed you. Come on up. Name and address, please.
Linda Bennett, 74 Poor Farm Road. Oh. 74 Poor Farm Road. I just have a question on lot 3, which happens to be across the street from my house. Why is the house closer to the road there than all the other houses, except for the one way at the end, which I understand the pond curves out on lot 1, but lots 2, 4, and 5, the houses are further back, which would be preferable to me because I wouldn't see the houses much. So I was just wondering why that was.
Okay, Mr. Cronin, would you like to answer why this house is closer to the street as the others are not?
Jason Clough. For lot 3, I mean, the main driving factor with the layout on all of these lots is the locations of the approved testing that we have with DEM.
As I know, you don't know where the house is going until DN tells you where the septic is going. I just went through all of that, so but I understand. I just wanted for you to clarify it.
Yeah, no problem. That's definitely a big driving factor.
Could you speak up so she could hear you?
The test holes, the approved test hole locations for the septic systems are the main driving factor for the layout of these lots.
Are you suggesting that an on-site wastewater treatment system could not be further back on that site because of maybe some constraints, or it was just arbitrary? Hey, we're going to put the test pipes in here and it works, so we're not going to move them now.
Yeah, we have approved testing there, and you need to be located within 25 feet of the testing. So I'm not suggesting that it couldn't be located further back, but it would require additional testing.
And it's probably in the packet, but just for the record, so that we can kind of maybe put things in perspective, how far back is the proposed dwelling that's shown on this plan?
For lot 3?
Yes, please.
Um,
I'm sorry, it might be, I saw a building envelope plan, but I just don't have it. Approximately is fine.
It's probably approximately 100 feet back from the right of way line. It's more than double the building setback.
And would you say the houses across the street are closer than 100 feet? I'm looking at the aerial and it appears they are, but I just wanted to.
The houses across the street appear to be closer than the lots, 3, 4, and 5, and 2. They appear to be closer than what's proposed on those lots.
Somewhat. Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you.
I agree with that. Yeah. Did you understand what he said?
No. Yes. Is it going to?
Do you want to come back up? I just want to make sure you're clear of his explanation.
So I understand that the reason is because that's where the test holes for the septic were done. Is there a reason? And I heard you ask, why couldn't they, or could they be redone? And so what was the answer to that?
Well, the test holes that they put on the lot is where the septic design, you can only move 25 feet either way off of those test holes. And that is where they decided to put the septic design from the test holes. Could they put test holes back further? Yes.
Okay. But are they going to?
I don't believe they will be doing.
The reason I asked the question that I asked was to ascertain whether or not that was an option. I'm sure it's going to be costly for them to move it back further. But in fairness, then I asked the follow-up was, are the houses across the street closer than what you've proposed? And it appears, at least from the aerial photography, that all of the houses on your side of the street are closer than any of those houses are going to be. So, I just, if you guys were back 200 feet and you said, hey, how come they're all 100 feet?
Yeah.
Can't you move them back? I mean, it would have carried a little more weight, but
Right.
I'm just trying to be
We're
fair.
just used to looking across the street and saying woods, that's all.
Yeah, I understand.
But so what will we see when we look across, what will we see when we look across the street? I mean, is it going to be, how much clearing is going to be done? Just minimal
I'm going to let
Like
you
the
let them answer
driveway
that
and-
question, but they have a plan that shows what
Yeah.
they propose they will need to clear to build those
Right,
houses.
It's a big.
And I think that's the plan up there. So the
Right.
areas that have the black outline
Right.
appear to be the areas they need to disturb to put in the driveways, the houses and the septic systems, and
Right,
then
okay.
provide a clear spot around the houses.
Yeah, okay.
They will
Okay.
clear as little as possible.
Yeah, right. Well, as far back as they can put the house would be preferable.
Thank
Thanks.
you. Anybody else like to come up? Come on up, sir. Name and address, please.
Michael Bucacci, Michael Bucacci, Bucacci, 146 Paul Farm Road. I live across the street from the lot furthest up, I believe, has the long driveway. Is that lot 6?
Lot 6, yes.
So I guess, I had a couple concerns. One, so are they gonna shave off that corner? Is that black line I'm looking at? That would be directly across from my house? I'm just kind of wondering what I'm gonna be looking at.
Mr. Cronin, they're gonna shave off that corner. I think.
Is that what that black line is for?
I think he stated that they would.
Yes.
That's the brush and debris, right?
Oh, that's right. That's the clearing recommended by the traffic.
Right. So that's currently my mailbox, so that's not gonna be an issue, right?
Probably won't trim your mill.
I appreciate that. But, so one of my thoughts or concerns was exactly that, the widening of the road. So right now the comment was made that, well, our houses are pretty close to the road. Our houses have been there since the mid 80s and there was never anything across the road to compare it. So when you talk about privacy, they were built there with I know it's someone else's property and actually I kind of anticipated this at one point or another. It's his property. That's his prerogative. But as far as widening the road, we already know when 2 cars are coming, people have to slow down. And there have been many, many close calls already. And that's trying to pull out my own driveway. And now we're adding 6 more driveways. So is the width of the road a concern? It is. And even when I moved in, I was afraid that they're going to shave off my property. So this seems like the time taken into consideration. It seems like, as was previously discussed, would widening the road take place on the opposite side of the road from my property? If that is going to happen, ever going to happen, or is that the easement we discussed with the 18? So that would be all on the far side?
So just so there's no confusion, since I'm the one that asked the question,
No, I
the town owns a 40-foot wide area for a road.
Yeah.
But they only have 18 feet paved.
Yeah.
They have not located the 18 feet within the 40 feet, so they don't know.
Gotcha.
I was of the impression the road may only be 18 or 20 feet wide to begin with. And I was asking if the developer was going to set aside some extra space in case the town wanted to widen the road. It appears the town has enough land if they want to widen the road. That's not the developer's responsibility. The town gets impact fees from these projects that they're supposed to put back into the town budget so that they can widen roads, improve schools, and do things of that sort. So if you think the road needs to be widened or the 18 feet needs to be widened, that's something you have to discuss, I believe, with the town.
So I don't know if anybody here knows it more than I do, but how would that typically work out as far as, so they can widen the road and could they take off my side as opposed to their side, one or the other at their discretion?
They would have to do a survey of the road and figure it out. I mean, that's well ahead of us. And if,
well, it's
again,
actually a concern for mine because the years fly by really quick.
Well, let's put it this way. They can't widen the road onto your property. If you currently have town-owned property in front of your house that you don't know is town-owned property and you're using it, sometimes that happens. But my guess is they would look at the geometry and try to fit the road in, and it probably would never widen more than 26 or 28 feet wide.
Gotcha.
So that's a little bit off of each, but you got to look at the geometry. They're not going to want to put sharp curves. They got to look at sight distance. So some may come more on one side, and when you get around the corner, it may go to the other side. But the point is, these guys are not widening the road.
Gotcha. And so even the heavy traffic, and I did have a question. one about these lines, when I came to the first meeting with the cul-de-sac, it was discussed how the road was directly across from someone else's house. Because I know the response was that, well, there's a lot of trees in front of the houses. That right there, and they said that these are not definitive spots for the driveways. That was indicated in the last meeting I attended when they were still up in there. Are these definitive spots? Is this definitely where it's going to go as far as mapped out? So, because right now it is looking on my house to the left and seeing like the longest driveway, it's going to be like a road coming out. So that's all I was concerned about. It's not like somebody backing out of their driveway. These are going to be people coming straight at the house. So I was just hoping that was taken into consideration, even though it didn't seem like a very big concern for them. It's kind of a concern for mine. And then my last concern was the traffic study. Was that actual numbers as far as 33 miles an hour? So the actual numbers of 33 miles an hour, I know maybe it's out of spite because I have two small girls. And when I moved in, I thought the bike path was right down the road. And I'm like, this is going to be awesome. And I have to throw my girls in the car, load up the bikes to go down the bike path because the road's flat out way too dangerous. So as far as 33 miles an hour, I go tops 20 down the road typically. So to hear an average of 30, you know, we have a lot of cars that are screaming down that road, and that's a concern of mine. I don't know how to deal with that situation. That makes sense. But they fly down Common Town too. Yep. So as far as that goes, the stop sign put at the end, we have the stop signs being put in right down at the end of one road. And then what else were they looking for? A slow sign? A speed limit sign. Gotcha. So I guess that's what I'd say about that is, so my biggest concerns were where the driveway is going to go, hopefully not across from the end of my driveway. And then the pot's being cleared. And I guess that's past this board on whether or not they're taking off the front of my road or front of my yard or across. That's accurate.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
I don't hold my breath for too much. You know, I've never left Coventry.
$1 million estimate the road here. It gets to that moment.
All right. Thank you for your time.
Mr. Paula, would you like to come up and address his questions, please?
I think we mostly addressed them as I apologize.
I think the driveway location is concerned about.
Sure. I mean,
It's preliminary, so I'm pretty sure that's where the driveways are going to be.
well, and we took this board's direction and had a traffic safety engineer place the driveways where there be lessen the impact on traffic and increase the level of safety. And we might have to trade a little as to where those headlights point when they're coming out of the driveway in exchange for that level of safety. But to the extent that we can, we can attempt to turn them as we have, angle them at the end. But the actual locations, I believe, have been set by the traffic engineer based on the safety of the roadway. And I'd be remiss to suggest that we would move the driveways, although sometimes there's enough room to angle the end.
Thank you, Mr. Phillips. Anybody else have any questions? Come on up, sir. Name and address, please.
Gary Only, 170 Paw Farm Road. Question on the traffic survey that was done. How long was that conducted? How many days was that conducted to get the numbers that were just reported?
Bannon will come up and answer that.
All right.
Mr. Bannon, could you come up and answer that, please?
That was done for a week.
1 week.
Thursday through Wednesday. Yes.
I'm going to suggest strongly, I've been living on the road for 20 years. I'm going to suggest strongly to you that you do a traffic survey for much longer than a week, much longer. Extremely dangerous road. I can't tell you how dangerous. I've almost been hit numerous times.
As is Acres Pine and.
Yeah, but Paw Farm's a major cut through, as you all know. It's a big time cut through. I've seen so many near misses with head-on collisions, and I'm not making this up. How no one has died on this road, I have no idea. It is, the traffic survey that was done is not accurate. Not even close. No doubt about it. It needs to be done longer than a week. No, I saw the box in the street when I was walking, and it disappeared, in about a week. That's what I thought. The speeds down that road, sickening.
You have to call the Coventry Police.
I
do
was
the same
actually
thing.
going to,
The Coventry Police actually sit in my daughter's driveway.
yeah,
Covent Town Road.
they can sit in my driveway anytime they
That's how
want.
you have to address it, and they will come and sit in your driveway.
It's to add
And
six
then
more
all the
houses to
neighbors
this
in the
road.
area will be yelling at them, because they'll be
Yeah.
calling all the neighbors over.
Well, my thoughts are with 6 new dwellings on this road with no road modifications, widening, proper signage. There's next to no signage on my street. I mean, next to nothing. There's
Well, they're gonna
one
put
speed limit sign. The stop signs at Town Farm, the intersection of Town Farm, people take them. I don't know what they're doing. They take them. They don't last long. They're running them over to do something. The one at the end on 117, the no trucks sign, that's the trees are grown over for the past 20 years. The trucks that come through there, I'm talking trailer trucks, big heavy box trucks, any kind of truck I can think of, come through there nonstop. And they're moving. They're moving real quick. It's just to have 6 more houses there. It's almost like these people that are going to buy these homes need to be warned about the street that they are buying on. It's that bad. I almost feel like they're being like misled. They have no idea what they're in for. I had no idea what I was in for when I bought this house in 2001. It was beautiful. I got the pond right across from me. I knew they'd never be able to build across from me. That was one of the reasons I bought it. But the traffic is, it's out of control. It's out of control. And I've thought about trying to get the road changed into one way. I actually started something with the police department about 10 years ago. I had to contact the guy that headed up the traffic control, and I had a health scare. So I kind of backed off on it, and I never resumed with it. I was going to get all the neighbors to sign. We need to get something done with this road. One way, some speed bumps, something has got to be done. It's a major, major cut through. People come slinging off Town Farm Road. They take that right, they're sideways, and they're hammering it going by my house. And right in front of Michael's house, there's a bad turn right there. It's incredible. I don't even know how, like I said, how anyone hasn't died on this street yet. I got no clue. So the traffic thing needs to be addressed. I think your study should be a little longer because the speeds are far more than 30 on average. How many cars you say were coming through there? 180 cars a day. And out of that number, 100 of them are doing 50 miles an hour or better. Big diesel pickup trucks. It's like diesel pickup truck headquarters over there. Flying right through. Full bore. Go around the corner on 2 wheels. So I don't think the traffic study, I think it should be done a little more in depth. Quite honestly.
Well, I just want to add to that. The traffic study is primarily done to see if the 6 houses are going to add significant traffic and cause congestion at the intersections. They recognize that there's going to be conflicts with the 6 new driveways and the existing traffic. But most of what you just reiterated are problems that need to be discussed with local law enforcement. Not this developer is not going to be able to prevent any of the speed or widening of the road. That's all needs to be addressed by the town.
So maybe this is a good time to get this road addressed as far as possibly one way, some speed bumps, something like to slow the traffic down, you know? And I think now is a good time. We're proposing 6 new homes in there. You know, the prospective buyers, they love a one-way street. That's for sure. You know, or some speed bump. I don't care, whatever, something to slow people down. You know, I see those flashing things all over the place now, showing you speed limit, telling you to slow down, whatever. Those are all over the place now. So something's got to be done over there. So, and how much, you said the town owns, give me that footage again? The road's 18.
According to their engineer, they said Poor Farm Road is 40 feet wide and there's approximately 18 feet that's paved.
Right, it's about 18 feet paved. And then the town owns, I know in front of my house, you got about 10 or 12 feet that the town owns. I got like
They
a
really
big,
don't know.
I know where it is. I've looked at it. I looked at it when I bought it. So I know pretty much where it is. It's about 10 feet, 10 or 12 feet. From the edge of the pavement to my property line is about 10 or 12 feet. So that's, that's my concern. I mean, the traffic study, when I heard his numbers, I'm like, those numbers are not accurate, not at all. And that's part of getting this development passed. That the traffic assessment is not.
No, the traffic assessment is to see if this development was going to add vehicles to the road that were
Right.
going to cause a
Which it
problem.
will.
What most of the problems that you brought up are existing situations that are not going away because 6 more houses got built. That's what I'm trying to say.
Right.
Most of what you brought up is outside of our purview. We do
Right.
not have the authority to tell the town to widen the road or make those modifications that you're suggesting. That's for the town council, DPW, things,
Right.
the police.
Well, your passing of this, if you pass this subdivision, your decision is going to be based on the facts that were gathered, correct? Including the traffic report.
The developer is not going to change. You brought up historical problems.
Yeah.
On that road. This development is not going to make those historical problems worse. It's still going to be there. The only option that I would tell you, you have to call the common. They're
Yeah.
the traffic people. They're the ones that take care of that.
Right, which I
They'll
may.
start tagging people. And
Yeah.
if there's a no truck right away on that road.
Yeah, it is.
Then they'll tag a truck for going through that road.
Yeah. It's like the sign. Well, the sign is very hard to see. The tree has grown in over half of it. It's been there for 100 years. Like I said, the signage is terrible over there. The road, it's a whole bad situation. So just wanted to bring that up. Oh, what about, what approvals we have? BEM approvals? What do we got for approvals? I missed that. What has last year, I didn't understand because it looked like someone else took over this property from last year. We're doing the same thing we did last year. Last January, we had doing like kind of the same thing. I know we already had preliminary.
Last time they had a meeting, they moved forward and they asked.
Right.
If we want to subdivide this, all of these lots, they all need to cover.
Yeah.
And they got that approved. Today they're here with the detail. This is where the houses are going to go. At these approvals, these more, where the drivers are going. We
Right.
decided against the 8 lots, tear it down to 7.
Right.
I want to put a new road.
Right.
Going to DEM. We've got, there's still a process.
So we don't have all approvals from DEM yet.
And we'll need them before they get.
Right. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Right. How will we know when is there going to be another meeting here or whatever to let us know that everything passed?
Administrative, so staff will certainly make sure that all the i's are dotted and t's crossed.
Yeah.
For the development and forward.
All right. I think that's all I was concerned about, for the most part. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I could help you with traffic, but we just can't.
I'm going to start working on it.
Anybody else on the right side? Well, man, you want to come again? Name and address, please.
Linda Bennett, 74. Linda Bennett, 74 Poor Farm Road. I won't belabor this. I know you can't widen the road, but just so you know, I don't know if his figures are right, but all I know is I have a Camry, not a huge car. Whenever I meet a car coming the other way, you got to really pull over, watch where, like you're squeaking by. If there's a truck or a school bus, anything like that, somebody's got to go into a driveway or something to be able to have the vehicles pass each other. So that road is extremely narrow. So I just would consider that when you consider that putting in a development here without a wider road.
Right, but this development is not changing the width of the road. The road
I know
is
that.
already 18 feet.
I know, but you could say shouldn't be developed at all.
I We really can't say that. And I
You
wouldn't
can't.
say it. Well,
All right.
I could say it. I'm not gonna say it.
Oh,
because the
okay.
road is always been 18 feet. We've just heard testimony from neighbors that there has been a traffic issue all
Yeah.
along before this development. The developer took one lot out, he took the cul-de-sac out. So you just have street frontage lots and they fit with the existing lots across the street. So the developer is really not responsible for the road.
Right, I know that. I'm talking to you as a board who has the option to approve or not.
Appreciate your testimony.
That's all.
Really.
Just wanted to bring that up. Thank you.
very much.
Mr. Chairman, just for those that have been up the last couple of times, I have a note to myself to let Kevin McGee know that the no truck sign is overgrown with some vegetation, the concern about the width of the roadway, as well as speeding and stuff. So I'll let also the police department know of those particular issues.
Thank you very much. Anybody else like to come up? Seeing none, anybody on Zoom, raise their hands, like to speak or against the project? Okay, seeing none, no more in the audience, I'll make a motion to close public hearing. Make a motion to close public. I have a motion by Mr. Smith. Do I have a second? Second by Mr. Kinney. All those in favor? Aye. Okay, public hearing is now closed. Yeah, I'll entertain a motion for the Paul Farm Road development.
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion.
Go ahead, Mr. Anderson. Thank you.
Well, now that we know who owns the dam, a little easier. Motion to grant conditional preliminary approval. Couple stipulations to follow for the Paw Farm Road project. It's a 7-lot minor subdivision without a street creation. The owners Harold and Just Siemens. Applicant Creative Spaces. It's AP 65 lot 67 zoned RR2. Lot size is 109.4 acres. The proposed use is one existing home and 6 new additional homes. There will be 6 new residential lots and 1 existing lot and home to remain. I just want to cover in this report the approvals. There's looks to be only 3 left. Needed approvals. OWTS system by DEM. They've already received the suitability approval. RIPTES preliminary determination for wetlands have already been received. They need a town engineer soil erosion permit and also Central Coventry Fire District. Addressing the waivers, I'd grant the waivers requested. Most not needed at this time. The detailed building elevations, they'll be waived until the next building permit stage. Landscape architect to be waived. Communication setbacks. And then the soil erosion sediment control plan be waived at this time, required prior to the issuance of a building permit for later on. Cover these stipulations, which we did pretty thoroughly. We actually, I believe we added, 1, maybe 2, but the ones we talked about, there were clearly 14 of them. And as far as the number 1, final record plan to show an easement leading to the historic cemetery. We ask that there's physical legal access also to that cemetery, as we spoke about. Number 7, I guess there was some pulling teeth on that 1-year storm flow. So you are going to further coordinate to prevent the increase, I believe, with the town engineer to see how we can improve on that, whether you can or not. further review of the 15-foot wide public motorized road, but I just wanted to bring that up. We discussed in length about that. I added 15 because we talked about the condition to improve or upgrade the road lines, the signs, et cetera, during this process. I think that was one of the stipulations we added. So with that, total 15 stipulations. And as always, we're just going to add to the findings of facts and the consistency with the comprehensive plan. And there's not, I don't usually read all of them, but I think it's pertinent to do so. The Coventry Comprehensive Plan defines the rural character residential zones as areas which are generally not served by public facilities, in which intensive development should not occur. These areas characterized by low density development, large estates, agriculture, and certain low intensity non-residential activities incidental to the rural environment. This district is designed to preserve the rural character of the town and preserve and protect the environmentally sensitive land. These parcels, with their proposed acreage and lot clearing, are consistent with the comprehensive plan. As far as significant negative impacts, the applicant will have to receive the RIDM approvals, which were discussed today, for an OWTS proposed for new homes and condition of a building permit. Strict adherence to these guidelines set forth in any permit from DM should ensure that there will be no negative impacts to the environment. The zoning standards, the development will comply with the Town of Coventry zoning ordinance for sure, and traffic impacts. As described, the proposed number of homes will not likely have an undue negative impact on the town's roadways. The applicant has followed the advice from the provided traffic report demonstrated on these plans that vegetation along Lot 6 road frontage will be trimmed. I ask that this proceed to final administrative. Please include the staff report in my motion. That's it.
I think the applicant passed on recommendation to remove number 9.
Okay, sorry, I missed that. Amend my just the stipulation portion to bring it down to, I guess, would be 14 original, to eliminate number 9. Going forward with this motion. And I believe that catches up on where we were.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
I have a second by Mr. Smith. Any discussion? Go ahead, Rick.
All right, so just for clarification, so right now there are 14 stipulations. We've added one, which was the recommendation made by the traffic engineer for signage and striping. That's being added. Number 9 was being eliminated. That's for the street trees. The 15-foot wide public recreational use, that's being eliminated as well, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And then number 10, and I'm just going to throw this out just because I know Mr. Schwartz, I guess he's left now, but if the applicant specifically shall identify existing trees on each lot that will serve in the place of the street tree requirement, and as a condition of any building permit during construction, provide protective fencing placed around each tree at its drip line to establish protection zone that is free from any and all construction activity to prevent the tree from, dying in the future. So I just want to I'm just kind of throwing that out, just to clarify. So those are all included in your motion.
Mr. Anderson also added access to the cemetery.
Yeah, that was on there. It's on there. It's just he added the physical and legal. Yep.
Okay, we have a motion. We have a second. Any more discussion? Go ahead, Mr. Kinney.
Just on number 6, the applicant shall identify the responsible party for the maintenance of the following 3 dams. The applicant identified that's going to be the owner of lot 6.
Yes.
It's going to be the responsible party.
Thank you. Any more discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Thank you. Absolutely. We're going to take a 5-minute break. They don't have a good night, John. Development Plan and Review, J.W. Studley, owners John W. Studley, Lot 115, and Anna Confrida, Lot 116. Applicant John W. Studley III, existing wood cutting and mulch business, AP 27, lots 115, 116, Zone I1 and general business respectively. And it's on Reservoir Road. Anybody here representing the applicant? Come on up, Mr. Cronin.
3 for 3 tonight.
We don't know if he's great.
We need a bullpen. Sorry, I got talking to Gary in between. I apologize. Thomas Cronin, Nolan Bernero Cronin Farrar, 1070 Main Street, Coventry, Rhode Island, for the owner and applicant. The 11 Reservoir Road. We're here for development plan review. We're here to confirm the location, structures, and use of this property in conformance with an agreement made back in 2011 that we would do so. An application was filed but never processed beyond that. So recently, that ball was picked up and brought us here before you. As you are well aware, we appeared a pre-application on September 28th, 2022, and went for a site walk on the property October 15th, 2022. As I believe Mr. Flynn said in his introduction, there are 2 lots here. And the first one, AP 27, lot 115, is owned industrial. And the other one is AP 27, lot 116, which is zoned general business. Mr. Studley leases the property at AP 27, lot 116 from the Confrida family under a long-term lease agreement. The total area of the property is 1.618 acres. It has public water, private septic system. It's located on the west side of Reservoir Road. As this board is aware, the west side of Reservoir Road from this property, from lot 115, for the rest of the road on the west side is zoned industrial, and on the east side, zoned a mix of R20 and the public high school. The roadway is the separating factor. To the south of the tree service is Confrida Gardens Nursery. To the north is an industrial steel building with a wooden office building in front of it. West across the street is those residential properties I just mentioned. And to the east, there's a wetland, which is a forested wetland, not a swampy wetland. There are no proposed changes to the physical attributes of the site. The boundary lines will stay the same. The location of the features of the operation will stay the same. We're here to document what exists. Both the lots and the use of those lots for these purposes predate zoning. So the pre-existing non-conforming situation. In particular, with regard to the use of lot 115, which is the one that's zoned industrial. So the site, if we started with lot 115, it has an existing house by the roadway, a shed and a garage behind. And if we move southward to lot 116, it has a raw material pile to the east or rear of the property and a finished mulch pile to the center of the property. And then parking adjacent to the roadway. You can see on the plan that the parking is separated from the mulch pile by some cement blocks and arborvitae plantings. separate the parking area from the area used for the tree service. So this is a commercial industrial site. There are no retail customers driving onto or visiting this site. So they manufacture wholesale mulch and other raw materials at the site, and basically landscapers and things who use those things on a commercial basis come to the site, get their materials, and leave the site. So we have been in some discussion with this board and with the planning department. And so the submitted application does feature some additions from suggestions from the board. The primary suggestion that's been incorporated here is that the site where the grinding machine, and I am no processor, so if I'm using the wrong terms, I apologize, but the site, the processing machine, where that be located in relation to the raw material pile has been identified on the site, and that identified area is located on the industrial lot to ensure that the processing activities occur on the industrial lot and the storage capacity continues to be on lot 116, the general business site. So if I'll just approach the board for a second. It's a pretty simple plan, and I'm sure you guys can see it, but
Don't touch it.
This is the identified area where the processor will be used. We also have submitted plans which show that a few of those arborvitae plants have either died or are dying, and those will be replaced. And an additional level of block wall will be installed on top of that ones that exist presently to raise that separation, that physical separation up a level, excuse me. I'm going to go back to the plan for a second. There's an existing gate and associated fence located at the primary entrance here. I guess that would be the western corner of the property. We have agreed to install some additional slats or tennis screening, I guess they call it in the trade. We're going to weave some material in that fence, so it provides some visual and auditory enhancement for separation between the roadway and the operation. So those are the features that have been added to the plan from its existing condition. So I guess we're going to continue to operate on this site. We're going to attempt to do so within the zoning and regulations of the town of Coventry. The hours of operation in the ordinance are 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Monday through Friday, and 7 to 5 on Saturday, and no Sundays without permission or license from the town council. And in terms of the noise ordinances, the operation of equipment on this site may exceed the regulations from time to time, and the Coventry noise ordinance will be followed, and the chief of police will be notified when that type of machinery is going to be used. We've established a line of communication with the police department as to how to notify them that additional equipment might be brought on site that would exceed the industrial noise ordinance. There are a couple of items in the plan, in the planning department report that the owner does not agree with. And one of those is that he does not wish to install further curbing in the parking area, as it's not a large parking area, and he feels like it would interfere with the turnaround of the vehicles there. And he has expressed an objection to any limitation on his hours of operation for any purpose outside the ordinances of the town of Coventry. So there's not a lot of moving parts here. Things are going to stay pretty much the way they are. But I'm present a explanation to this board as to what is occurring there and what will be improved through this development plan review, and answer any questions I can with regard to the plan or the operation.
Anybody have any questions for the applicant?
I have a question.
Go ahead, Jack.
I see you pointed out the area for the mulching. This is a portable mulcher. So am I correct on that? So it would be going from the site?
Yes, so there's a processor on the site that's on wheels. And then as we discussed at pre-application, occasionally material, accumulates on site that is too large for that processor, and one with more horsepower is brought onto the site, right? Obviously mobile, and both, yes, that would be operated from there.
It's clear on the plans where it should go. Is it clear on the site where it should be going on the site? So what I mean is there any indication on the site that this is where the chipper should be, whether it's a striped area, whether there's any boundaries, whether it's a different platform they're putting it on, or just is the guy delivering it to the site know that this is where it's supposed to be?
So that's an interesting question. The applicant and I had discussed painting the asphalt area. It's uncertain how long that would last given the use here. So I'm open to other suggestions. I mean, I definitely can see what you're saying, and we've considered it, but initially striped for sure. But I don't know if that's a long-term solution given the wear and tear at the site. But I do understand what you're saying, and it will be striped. I just don't know, how long that'll last, or if there's some alternative we could use.
Okay.
We might be able to dye some asphalt or something like that, make it last a little bit longer, like they do with, say, the stop bar that we just talked about at the end of War Farm Road, like that kind of material or something.
You good, John?
Yeah, that was it.
Anybody else?
I have a few questions.
Go
I'm
ahead.
sorry I was not here for the present. Is the existing wood frame dwelling, that's a residence, right?
Yes.
Is it used as residential now, like
It-
rented out?
It is.
So that's occupied by a residential, and this operation just takes place in the backyard.
That's correct.
Okay. And then I noticed there's well, let me go back to the point that John brought up. So you've got a portable mulch chipping on site 3 times a year for approximately 1 week. Is that the one that's there, or is that the one you're going to bring in, or is it a combination of both?
It's not a combination, but it is both. So there's one there's a processor there that is used on a regular basis.
That's not going to be the one that's 3 times a year. They can use it on a regular basis.
They do use it on a regular basis.
Okay.
There are pieces that accumulate that are too large for that.
Right.
And then it's actually Warwick Tree Service that brings it down a few times a year, has greater horsepower. And that's,
Okay. All right.
that's
So when
the
they
one that-
said the 10 by 50 area to be reserved for a portable mulch shipping on site 3 times a year, that's the big one that's going to come in.
It's called a tub grinder.
All right.
I don't feel qualified to answer that question.
So where is the existing one that's used on a regular basis? Is that also on the industrial zone lot?
It's behind can I go up to the
Yeah, you can tell me. I have the plan right here. Is it behind the arborvitaes?
It's between the mulch pile. So let's start at the arborvitaes. That's the best way to do it.
Okay, so
After
it's,
divided is the mulch pile. After the mulch pile is the processor that is on site. And then the raw materials are behind that.
okay. And then when you talked about the fence screening, that's to the, what on this plan would be the right of the arborvitae's or closest to Confrida, that gate and fence that provides
That's correct.
access, that's where that would be going. Because I know you said the west, but it's kind of,
Yeah,
the south, the southwest corner, that fence.
This map is
over in that area.
oriented not in the way that we usually see, Mr. Clooney, and I can't really explain that.
I
But
know,
on this
I know. This
map,
sheet right
north,
here does not
north
have
is
a-
not up.
It doesn't have north.
It's north is left.
Oh, yeah,
you
here
know.
it is. It's this little circle.
right above.
Yep, yep. Okay, so I just wanted to orient myself. So you're here because this operation has been continuing. Now, on the lot that is zoned general business, is the existing operation a allowable use, or is it your contention that your grandfathered in?
So, well, a little bit of both, right, Mr. Clooney? So
It's not a public hearing. You'll
Yeah.
have your opportunity.
So, in a general business zone, the storage of bulk landscape material is an allowed use. The actual processing itself is not an allowed use. So, to separate those two things out, right? Even though they've been going on continuously, as we discussed since he leased the land, the one is allowed and one we're asserting is grandfathered in.
Okay, that's what I wanted to find out. So it's your contention that you have a right to continue to process because he's been processing that prior to the zoning ordinance.
That's
the small one.
Right.
Bringing in the large one, since that wasn't on that lot, you say, no, we're only going to do that on the industrial zone property.
Exactly. It hasn't been there on a regular, continuous basis.
Okay.
So it's not, I don't know. I don't really know if it's grandfatherable or not.
Whatever
but,
the term is, I've heard arguments both ways. Now, what about the existing well in the back of the property? Is that used, what's that used for?
That's the water source for the property, for the house.
Because I thought there was a note on here that it was serviced by structure at 11 Reservoir Road is serviced by public water. Kent County Water Authority has no service showing the location of the service line or the curb stop shutoff valve.
Yeah, just the house is
Right.
serviced by Kent County Water.
Okay, so this well services,
Like say the rear garage and
okay, other things of that nature. All right. Okay. Okay, I don't think, well, I've at least got a visual on what's going on. And you're saying just the trade comes and picks up mulch there. No, in other words, he doesn't sell retail. If I want to buy mulch, I can't go there with my pickup truck and get it.
That's
He's gonna say,
correct.
nope, either call a landscaper or we'll deliver it.
right.
Okay.
Mr. Smith, you were at the sidewalk. You wanted to
So-
explain that drum.
Yeah, on the site walk that I did back on October 24th as the secretary, you accompanied us on the site walk along with the applicant and Mr. Anderson and Mr. Kinney. In the report, the director's report, I have it refers to tub grinder several times. And as I recall, the machine that was there that day that was running was a horizontal grinder. It was not a tub grinder. So the horizontal grinder is the one that's rented from Warwick Tree Service, and that's a different machine than a tub grinder.
They are similar machines. The one that is rented from Warwick Tree Service has more horsepower.
It grinds wood in a different way. It grinds it horizontally, where a tub grinder, you just dump it in the top and it spins, and they have a tendency to throw stuff out, where the horizontal grinder doesn't throw it out as much as a tub grinder. So just what was running that day, what was demonstrated to us was a horizontal grinder. So just clarify, and it's a different machine that works in a different way. It horizontally grinds the material, where a tub dumped in the top, and when it gets low, it spits material out. So
That's why he specifies using a horizontal.
horizontal, yes, and that's what he explained to us that day. you know, and it handles the bigger material that he can't handle with the smaller machine. Yes. That's all.
And as stated, Warwick Tree uses that same machine on Arnold Road.
On a road.
As far as I know.
They do. They do. Yeah.
You brought up Warwick Tree, so I'm just gonna add to that. They use that same grinder on Arnold Road, which is industrial, residential behind it, residential across the street.
Yeah,
I just wanted to add that.
years ago, the town bought a tub grinder in 1988. It was an RSI 1000 from Morbach, and we used to run it up on Arnold Road, the old landfill. And between the maintenance of the machine and as the tub gets low on material, it starts spitting things out. It ended up being kind of hazardous, so we ended up getting rid of that machine. Where the horizontal ones came out later, like the city of Warwick has a horizontal, and it doesn't throw debris like the tubs do. So this just kept saying tub, but the day we were there, that you gave us the tour of the lot, it was a horizontal.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anybody else have any questions for the applicant? Okay, ready to open up public hearing? Can I have a motion to open up public hearing? Make a motion to open public hearing. I have a motion by Mr. Burke. I have a second by Mr. Price. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, public hearing is now open. As I explained before, I'll start on this side. Anybody that wants to come up, come on up, man. Name and address, please.
Jessica Lichtenberg, 10 Reservoir Road, Coventry. Jessica Lichtenberg, 10 Reservoir Road, Coventry. I apologize, I'm losing my voice. Lichtenberg. Okay, good evening. I would like to quickly go over the use of the property since 2009, since we moved to our home in April 2009. At the time, the general business lot was a greenhouse and greenhouse storage. The industrial one lot was a wood cutting lot occupied by a tree service used for cutting tree length logs and using a log splitter to create firewood. There was no parking lot in front of our home at this time. Shortly after purchasing our home in 2011, Mr. Studley began to process mulch. There were several complaints made that year and every year since. The massive raw wood chip pile is created not by solely Mr. Studley's tree service. It is a byproduct and waste of dozens of national and local tree services and landscaping companies around the state, who dump loads of chips and debris daily, all day long, all year long, most of whom dump at this location because they have no legal place of their own to dump chips. Mr. Studley has created a massive agricultural byproduct dump in front of our home, consistently receiving more chips than he will ever process and mulch for years. What was that? I'm sorry, I lost my place.
That's okay. Take your
Continues to receive loads of chips. He continues to receive loads of chips daily, even though he is well over the limits on the pile height, and the bottom of the pile is literally years old. This is an unpermitted use and is incompatible with surrounding properties and should not be allowed to continue. I'd like to now speak of specific issues related to the development plan, most of which are not required as part of the development plan, but which are absolutely necessary to make an informed decision. And I numbered them. So number one, it is my opinion that by placing the portable grinder on the industrial one side, so close to the property line and needing to use the general business adjacent lot in conjunction with each other to carry out the intended use of the industrial one lot would change the use of the general business property to the intended use of the industrial one side. Number two, Mr. Cronin touched on this for a moment, but I wrote it, so I'm going to read it. Which grinder is represented on the development plan review? Is it the rented tongue grinder that comes from Warwick Tree, or is it the Mobark horizontal grinder owned by Mr. Studley that stays on the property year round? This is the machine that actually grinds and colors the mulch and is used daily, spring, summer, and fall from sun up to sundown. Which grinder is being used for the proposed 3 to 5 times per year for 5 days? And where will the Mobark horizontal be permanently located? What are the actual dimensions of both grinders? A 10-foot by 50-foot area for a grinder or 2 grinders is ridiculous. What is the throw zone of each grinder? What is the actual distance of grinders to abutting property lines, sidewalk, and road? This is important to ensure the safety of surrounding residents, motorists, and pedestrians. I feel it is purposefully deceitful trying to leave trying to leave the other grinder out of the development plan, trying to lead the commission and others to believe the only grinders being used on the property would be portable and only for 3 to 5 times per year for 5 days without ever mentioning the daily use of their own horizontal grinder. Number 3, where is the wood processor located on the industrial 1 side? It's a rather small lot, so it's important that it would be listed and shown on it. It is not permitted on general business property, and I do not see it represented at all on the development plan, nor do I see where the logs for the wood processor will be stored or the firewood pile. Number 4, where is the commercial equipment going to be stored? I see no designated space for the large amount of commercial equipment, specifically 3 bucket trucks, log truck, roll-off container truck, multiple chip trucks, multiple wood chippers, stump grinders, snow plows, bobcats, and skid steers, and various broken down commercial equipment. These items cannot be parked in proposed parking lot as they are supposed to be screened from view per zoning ordinances. Number 5, and this is an extremely important one. The development plan does not allow any room for the turning of an overheated wood chip pile or a pile that is actively on fire, as it was on May 18th through the 21st of 2022. There would need to be an area of clearance around the pile for heavy equipment and fire apparatus to access all sides of the pile. There would also need to be a permanent empty space, at least equal to the amount of space taken up by the raw chip pile and also finished mulch piles, so the piles can be turned and cooled to prevent internal temperatures of pile rising to dangerous levels and to put out an active fire. Regularly checking internal temperatures of the piles and proper pile rotation is the only way to keep internal pile temperatures manageable. The pile would need to be turned once internal temperatures reach 170 degrees. The pile temperature would also need to be checked on a regular basis. There would also need to be equipment on site to turn the pile in a sufficient amount of time. Equipment they currently do not own, nor does our fire department. A bobcat or a skid steer would take days to turn the pile and is absolutely not suitable for trying to manage such a large pile. Number 6, the proposed parking lot appears to be designed to pull in and then back out directly into a public sidewalk with no buffer. The parking lot should be without a doubt behind the buffer because it has historically been used for an idling log truck, commercial storage, used as an area to work on broke down commercial equipment and wood chippers, and has been used as an employee bathroom since its creation. Number 7, the traffic of commercial vehicles is constant from dozens of Class A and B trucks dumping chips, log trucks, roll-off container trucks, chip trucks, firewood trucks, landscaping trucks with trailers of equipment to pick up mulch or drop off debris. This does not happen at one specific time. It is all day long, all year long, including during unpermitted hours and on Sundays. Number 8, the entrance and exit. The entrance has a gate, the exit does not. This makes no sense as the persons are usually trying to dump chips or debris after hours or on Sunday. They will just pull in the exit and back out, regularly using my driveway to do so. The exit is also not wide enough for Class A and B vehicles pulling chippers and landscaping trucks pulling trailers of equipment. They cannot make the left turn out of the proposed exit without using my lawn and driveway for their personal use. Number 9, the proposed buffer is unacceptable. A 10-foot buffer with large gaps filled with lattice will do nothing to negate a 20-foot wood chip pile and will not prevent or help with dust, smoke, noise, vibration, odor, and the emissions of equipment. Number 10, the industrial standards. There was nothing to indicate that they were done or planned to be done. The industrial standards testing should also include the new wood processor that changed the use of the Industrial 1 property owned by Mr. Studley. He is only grandfathered in for the use of wood splitters and chainsaws, not the new wood processor brought to the site that is extremely loud, runs for over 12 hours daily, including on Sundays when they feel necessary. The upgrading of equipment used at the original grandfathered in Industrial 1 property would require a special use permit and is required to adhere to all industrial standards. Number 11, the health impacts. Please keep in mind these proposed wood chip piles present a clear health risk for neighboring residents as they are filled with mold, fungi, and toxins. There are many health risks and issues that can arise due to being in such close proximity to a mulching facility, including but not limited to Legionnaire's disease, asthma, dermatitis, organic toxic dust syndrome, and pneumonia. Number 12, debris on public roads. Debris from dozens of chip trucks and firewood trucks spilling debris all over Reservoir Road and the intersection of Reservoir and Route 3 The crushed asphalt parking lot, due to the large amount of commercial vehicles, Class A and B vehicles driving through, causes the crushed asphalt to be pulled out onto Reservoir Road. The debris left in the roadway is a clear danger to drivers, especially motorcycles. Number 13, lot size. With the amount of commercial equipment needed for the intended uses of processing mulch and firewood, along with the sizes of the proposed raw chips and finished mulch piles, needing a permanent open space to turn and cool piles to prevent spontaneous combustion, along with the following items that were left out of the development plan: the placement of the second grinder owned by Mr. Studley, which must be on the industrial one side, the wood processor, which must be on the industrial side, the tree length log pile, firewood pile, and where all commercial equipment will be stored. I believe with all these factors considered, the lot size is simply not big enough for such a large scale industrial operation. Number 14, fuel storage. There's a lot of equipment on site that requires the use of fuel: chainsaws, wood processors, bobcats and skid steers, and industrial grinders. How much is stored on site? Where and how is it stored? Number 15, the mulch dye storage. These are large containers of dye used for coloring mulch and take up significant space of such an overcrowded lot. Where will this be stored? Number 16, the inadequate buffer around the raw chip pile. The raw chip pile is currently pushed right up to the rear and side property lines. The development plan shows the sides of the pile having a buffer around 10 to 12 feet and a rear buffer of the pile slightly higher. The buffer around the raw chip pile should be at least 25 to 50 feet to allow for fire apparatus access and heavy machinery access to turn the pile. There needs to be a minimum buffer between chip pile and any abutting property lines. There are many states and towns that have set ordinances to prevent this from occurring. Coventry doesn't allow you to put a shed that close to the property line. They shouldn't allow massive rotting wood chip piles either. Number 17, what are the plans for fire prevention and suppression? I see there is a new well located at the rear of the property line. What is the GPM or flow rate of this well? Where are the fire extinguishers located throughout the site? Will there be monitoring of pile temperatures? And where will the piles be turned onto to spread and cool chips to prevent fire? And in closing, I am asking the commission not to allow the unpermitted use of the properties. The use of the property is absolutely incompatible with the surrounding area. It can be proven there is no zoning enforcement of this specific property or for this owner. After almost 12 years with no enforcement of blatant and egregious violations that have without a doubt affected resident safety, quality of life, and property values. The property values of neighboring residents should not plummet so Mr. Studley can make more money. I ask that you please consider the residents affected by the unpermitted activities of Mr. Studley. Please consider their quality of life, their health, their ability to utilize their own yard, the constant noise from sun up to sundown, the rancid smell of rotting wood and mold, the ability to open the windows of their home, the excessive wear on their homes from vibration, their plummeting property values, and the inability to sell their home due to the unpermitted agricultural dump. Please also consider that allowing this on general business zone lot will set a precedent for others to do the same, opening up general business lots to become massive mulch dumps, an activity that should solely be restricted to only large parcels of industrial or farmland. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Corona, why don't you address some of them concerns?
I saw you writing a lot of them.
I was trying to keep up. I was
Just
very
let 'em wait.
thorough and spoken very quickly.
Want to use it?
Sure. Sure. So, I guess my opening response would be a matter of perspective. All right. We are not trying to cite a new business or a new operation here. And many of the concerns that have been raised would be considered by this board or maybe other boards of the town of Coventry if we were attempting to open this business on this property at this time. So I think some of the expectations
don't fit with what I'm doing before this board today. The operation on the ground, its historical use. So that would be my first response. As Ms. Lichtenberg had noted, although the processor on the site is not included in the plan, the members of this commission have been out to the site, and we readily pointed out or described where it would be this evening. There's no deception. We tried to make a plan that showed the predominant features on the site, where they were located in relation to Reservoir Road and the abutting properties. Not every machine or detail, what was included, the plans of this type as submitted to this board, focus on pedestrian and vehicular access, utilities, physical structures, flows of traffic. And we tried to show those elements in documenting what was going on at this site. If the board were to find that the documentation is inaccurate or inadequate, certainly that could be addressed. I mean, there is, of course, further detail. There's no denying that there are other features on this site. I cannot really comment on the traffic at the site. I know that there are industrial vehicles going to and coming from the site. I don't have any experience with, or have not heard before tonight of these types of vehicles coming through the exit or turning around in driveways across the street or anything like that. So I don't really have a comment on that. As far as the buffers and the lot size and things like that, the reason why we are here is to present the physical attributes of the site and what they have historically been used for to this board, as we agreed to do. This is not a new development. The zoning ordinances, setbacks, density requirements are not really an issue here. As I start off by saying, that's a matter of perspective as to what the purpose of appearing before this board is. Certainly, there are outlets for what Ms. Lichtenberg is addressing as to her traffic or turning vehicles concerns. The Coventry Police or fire concerns, I believe Central Coventry Fire Department. And of course, we would respond to whatever input those organizations have, and we have responded to some interactions with those departments, as I mentioned earlier, in establishing a line of communication so that we can get the proper authorization and notice out when that second piece of equipment is being used, and let the chief of police, who's the noise ordinance officer for the town of Coventry, know that that's going to happen, and allow him to take whatever steps he feels are necessary to alert the interested parties. So I guess those are my responses at this time. If the board has direct questions, I'll attempt to answer them, but the information I have has been presented. So that's currently where I'm at. So.
stuff, you know. Fortunately, this spot going, because of this facility, to me, if I could small facility geared to a lot of the other woodwork processing through the town. That's my experience, and that's what I'm seeing. My definition. So, all the power and pot type thing. I believe that it's overextending on that lot. But, that's just what I suck of what that is. If there's anybody else on the board, maybe we can get another comment before I go public hearing.
This is more of an experience living in the area. As a parent who used to drop their kids off at the high school in the morning, it was often as I was leaving the high school going up Reservoir Road. On many occasions, I've seen someone from the company pull out, completely block Reservoir Road from school buses and everything else, while his trucks emptied out of the parking lot in the morning. I have called the police on it. The police said they have seen that and they have ticketed it before. I don't know if that's to be the case, but that often happens, I know, coming out of his lot. So just a something that I've seen, and I know that should not be happening from the client, from the applicant. But that was it.
Michael Baird. Michael Baird, 780 Gibson Hill Road, Coventry. What location was it that you saw? You saw vehicles being stopped at that location?
Right at that,
And it was Studley's Tree Service, right? At the application's location? Okay, you're wrong. It was my location, which is the next lot up the street. But I don't want to accuse. I know, but you just said that it was John's tree service and it's not his. So don't charge John with something that he didn't do. That was me. This board, huh? Yeah, well, listen, it's hard working in this town. It's hard to work here. You know, and you guys make a decision that affects people's lives. You know, I've been in this town for 37 years in the tree business. You put a new sidewalks up Reservoir Road. I get a $5,500 fine because I cracked one. Kevin McGee issued the fine. Town of Coventry made me pay it. The turnarounds in front of John's place, 2 days after you put the sidewalks in, and today, presently, the sidewalk that you went on, you should have looked at the sidewalks because they're destroyed from big vehicles driving around. Can you put the location back on that piece of paper? The attorney said the property was pre-existing, but pre-zoning. Jessica, when did you buy your house? Okay. When do we have a zoning? I mean, who do we talk to? You're the board. Well, we'll talk to you guys. When did the zoning change on a commercial piece of property where you could run a tub grinder on it? Anyone? Nobody knows? That piece of property on the left-hand side is industrial.
I want to make sure we're all just don't touch the screen. Yeah, no, I'm just so it doesn't move. Right.
This piece is industrial. John's been splitting 5 on that lot. We've all been splitting 5 on 2119. 20 Reservoir Road. So prior to that, the ordinance changed in 1991, like covered this happened before. They changed the ordinance in the towns, and any wood business in the town of Coventry has to have a zoning certificate in order to
cut and split fiber, whether it's in your backyard or any. So this piece is industrial. This piece is planner.
It's GB, general business.
Right. In general business, to run a horizontal / tub grinder / any kind of grinder in the town of Coventry is not permitted. Herb, help me out here. Correct?
Correct.
Okay.
It's outlined in this.
So this shouldn't be an issue of anybody running a tub grinder on that lot at all. It should be, we're here to ask for a special use permit. Wait, you can't ask for a special use because it's not permitted. In 2000, and when was his zoning violations, Herb, the first ones? I can ask you, it's open public hearing. Right, well, what? So if I have a question to her comments, I can't ask her? Really? Am I allowed to ask someone in the audience who just testified? Well, you're the attorney, right?
Yeah, you're supposed to be addressing the board.
Well, I am addressing the board, but I'm asking you a question.
Thank you.
Sorry,
Not addressing the board.
I'm sorry.
You're supposed to address the comments.
So I'm not allowed to ask a question to the
If you
person?
want to take a break and go ask a question, take a break and go ask. a
All right,
question.
all right,
You're here to
all right,
address the
all right.
board right
No problem. Can I ask Herb a question?
now. If the planner wants to weigh in, you're supposed to be addressing, if you ask a question to the.
I understand. I'm just a point of clarity to the zoning ordinance.
To the solicitor or the planner, they will, but please address your.
Mr. Flynn, am I allowed to ask a question to our planner during my questioning? All right, thank you. Thank you. I got you. I won't do it. I understand. Sorry. I apologize. So when the attorney brought the comments about the fact that that piece of property was predating zoning, that's not correct. Since 2010, when that lot was purchased, and it's not a lease, it's a purchase. John purchased that piece of property from Dr. Confrida for $225,000. And how do I know that? Because Mr. Confrida offered it to me first. I didn't accept it. I turned it to John because I didn't think it was right. We were friends at the time. We were going to move where I was going to move my tree service on an industrial piece of property where at the time I could cut and split firewood. Can't cut and split firewood now on that lot. The area, as far as fire goes, I spent 3 days in that pile with my excavator to avoid a fire. I'm not friendly with John. I don't want to be friends with John. I did it for the courtesy and protection of the people across the street and next door. You want to do something for yourself, go on the internet and look up wood chip fires. I didn't come to the last two meetings in regards to moving the American Tree Service out in Western Coventry, half a mile away from my house, because none of you knew anything about fire. I went to the town hall. I spoke to the people at the fire department. I went to the fire department. I spoke to the people about fire department protection up there. They said, if it catches on fire, we'll put it out. My house burned to the ground. There was 97 fire trucks. It's 75 feet from the street. I had 187 gallons of water per minute and a hydrant at my house, and they couldn't put the fire out. The wood chip pile that was located at the location up in Western Coventry, which supposedly they moved, but no one will ever know if they move it because we don't have a zoning officer that leaves the office. We have the office, the zoning person in the town of Coventry doesn't leave the office. So they would never know if there was a chip pile or violations on that property whatsoever. We've got a piece of property here on Reservoir Road that spews violations, as I did. I was spewing violations and I was cited for them. Height of the wood chip pile. This board cited me with, I mean, not any of you, but this board cited me with a violation on Reservoir Road. You can't have a wood chip pile over 10 feet high. What am I going to do now? Doesn't matter what it is. I mean, it doesn't matter if it's firewood, doesn't matter if it's. I'm not talking about this board. This board denied my application to extend my wood chip pile higher than 10 feet. I was cited by the town of Coventry
I was denied. So now I have a wood chip pile and a firewood pile that's too high. I bought a piece of industrial property down the end of the street. I moved my operation down there. I came to this board because it's after 1991. And I came to this board and asked permission to cut and split firewood on that industrial piece of property where I can run a crusher that'll crush rocks as big as your car with as big a motor as I want. I can stack wood chips and firewood as high as I want, 60 feet. Why? Because in 1936, there was a processor that was put onto that piece of property next door that's still there today. So that piece of property is grandfathered with crushing, screening, loom. I can't process loom on Reservoir Road. I was charged with a violation. I came to this board. I was denied. I came there for this board to ask permission to put a wood chip pile higher than 10 feet. I was denied. I then bought a $690,000 piece of property at the end of Reservoir Road to stop what was happening to that gentleman. Yeah, I don't forget your name. I'm sorry, John. Sorry, nice to meet you, John. And this is not personal, John. This is just business. So what was happening to John was John didn't understand what was happening to me. When you try and pull out of the Reservoir Road, which is a very busy road, and the young lady that came here early, Jessica was here standing there, she's exactly right. This road is way too small with a school with 4,000 some odd kids in it. No traffic issue, no traffic control whatsoever. But what happens to Mr. Perez was I was stopping my trucks from to be able to get out of Reservoir Road, because when people are going to drop off their kids, they're in a flaming hurry to go to Dunkin' Donuts. And they lay on the horn, they flip you off, they cause you. Mike Baird, that big, mean, evil, nasty guy, I called the police on him. Yeah, you call the police on me. I got to go to work too. We got 7 trucks, each truck to pull out at 6:30, 7 o'clock in the morning. I wait till the light changes. When the light changes to red, I pull out my truck in front of the road. I'd let my guys out. The light's red. Where are you going? Police department comes down and says, you can't stop the traffic. No problem. Citing me with a thing. I came before Mr. Capaldi. It was dismissed. No big deal. Got it. But at the same token, those are the trials and tribulations that I had to deal with. So we're here for an application for what is this? An application for a site plan review. You better look at the site. You need to come. And if you said you walked the site, I hope you looked at any of it. Because a fence and some arborvitaes and rhododendrons is not going to fix this problem. If you want to do something fun, come to my office tomorrow morning. Listen to the firewood process or run outside the window of my office. All those businesses that I came to planning and zoning for, all those buildings I built so people to come and run their businesses in, the dust, the smoke, the swearing, the yelling, the pissing on the side of the house. There's no bathroom. There's no bathroom in that garage. You got water in the garage? So you said you got water in the garage. Where's the bathroom? Where's the water going? If it's got public water in the street and no bathroom in the garage and you got water, somebody's got to explain that to me because I don't get it. There's no septic back there. So I'm not here to punch John in the face, but I'm here for fairness. And I should have came with the application for the American Tree Service. Why don't you tell John that this board is okay with people running their tree services on residential property as long as the right people know the right people? Well, I know. Well, right. Well, I want to talk about being fair. Because if you're going to let people run their businesses on residential property, I want to stop buying some residential property that I can do that with. Because I was very disappointed that you did that, Ron. You're a good guy. You've been here a long time and I like you. But at the same token, if you're going to sit in that seat, man, you got to make it fair for everybody. I didn't say you were. I'm not talking. I'm sorry, Ron. I'm not pointing it at you, my brother. I don't take this, but this is very personal to me because I've been here. I apologize if I came off at you, Ron. I'm just saying if you're going to sit in that seat, anybody that's going to sit in that seat has to be fair for everybody. And that's all I'm saying. I didn't mean to direct it at you. You know how I feel about you. We've been good forever. So at the same token, just, when you're going to make a decision on this site, go there and stand out in front and do that. Look, stand in the next door neighbor's yard and look at it and go. And then you ask yourself the question, being on the zoning board, is this zoned correctly? Herb will tell you. He's already said it. It's not. It doesn't meet the requirements for that industry, especially with that grinder. Go talk to Mr. Confrida over there in the end and see if a piece of steel didn't go through the window 3 feet away from a lady and her kid. It happens. That grinder is a dangerous thing, let me tell you. Chuck just sat here and said the exact same thing. Horizontal grinder, tub grinder, it flies out really bad with a tub grinder. I got 75 feet all the way around my grinder. I got 45 to 50 feet all the way around my wood chip piles. I have 2 12-inch hydrants for the fire department. Not 1, 2, both approved by DM. And I have more water supply than anyone else down there at industrial property. I went to Mr. Brown. I told Mr. Lockblade, same thing. You need water from your trucks, a fire department. You come down to my shop, you take all the water you want. Open door. But don't come to me and tell me I have to have a road around the outside of my wood chip pile. And I have to have a height requirement and then give it to somebody else and then not make them apply to the same thing. They gave Al from CNA up the top of the hill, ran a grinder on his property, cited by the zoning board, came and asked permission. It was denied. So there's 2 businesses within a half a mile that got denied for the same application that this gentleman should be going for. Thanks.
All right. I have to follow up with a couple of things, Mr. Van. In the last couple of sentences, you said residential. Neither of these lots are zoned residential.
I didn't say that.
Well, you did. If you're going to allow somebody to operate a tub grinder in a residential zone, that's what just came out of your mouth 2 seconds ago. So I just want to make it clear. Okay. So industrial and general business.
If you want
now, you said
industrial property, I'm fine with that.
Right. Now, you said the applicant purchased and does not lease. Are you talking about the industrial lot or the general business?
The general business.
You're saying he actually owns the general business lot.
He has a mortgage on it that Mr. Freda holds. And the second problem I have, and I agree with that. Yes, that's exactly what I said. It's a mortgage, not a lease. Doesn't lease it from her. He purchased it from her. She holds the mortgage.
So you're saying he actually has deed to the property and a private mortgage, or is it like a deed and trust, or
that's how
they represented us that they have a lease?
I agree. It's not a lease. I don't believe it's a lease.
Oh, you know it's not a lease, or
I don't believe it's a lease. Okay. I believe it's a purchase. That's how it was offered to me. It was offered to me as a purchase. I stepped out of the way and that took place.
And then, yeah. Hey, you could have offered to him and he might have said, I'm not going to buy it. I'll lease it.
I can go and check the town records if you'd like.
Well, so can we. I just wanted to clarify.
I'm 99.9% for they do. I believe that.
And it's your contention that he is operating something other than a portable wood chipper on the general business property.
He's running a tub grinder on it.
Tub grinder on that
You saw
property.
it. You went to the property and saw it.
Unfortunately, no, I was out of town. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
No,
wasn't, no, he's running the horizontal grinder and he had it on the commercial side.
Right.
That's what he did.
Yes, I'm saying the commercial side is it's not permitted. It's not a permitted use.
Right. Other than the fact that they're arguing. Now that goes back to the other thing. How long has Mr. Studley, as far as we can tell, been operating on that property? To the best of your knowledge. I'm just asking. I know the planning department, we can investigate.
It was about 2010.
So you believe he came into both parcels, started the operation in 2000?
He lived in that house till his grandfather died.
At 11.
Yeah, but no, he bought it way earlier than that.
No. Number 11 Reservoir Road.
Yeah.
The residential dwelling.
The piece on the right. Yeah.
And he operated his business there.
Yeah. We used to cut split file when we were kids.
Okay. So that operation's been there. Right. So and then the Confrida piece was used
there.
It was a house.
There was a house there, residential house, which my property next door to him is zoned industrial with a / residential.
Let's go back. So the Confrida lot, which is the one that's zoned general business,
correct.
That house was demolished at some point
in 2007, 8.
And then he leased or purchased it and began this operation.
Correct.
And the zoning ordinance, he said it predates zoning.
Does not.
It was the 90s, you figure. So therefore it would not predate. That's your contention at this point.
Yeah.
Well, and as
you're talking about two different. Sorry, you're talking about two different things. You're talking about tub grinding or firewood processing.
No, I'm talking about zoning in general. You said the zoning ordinance changed.
Do you know when the zoning ordinance? Oh, do you guys know when the zoning ordinance for that commercial property would It was now, I don't think it was.
In other words, the zone didn't change. The allowable uses in the zone changed. Is that what you're suggesting? You're saying it was always zoned general business and it was always zoned.
General business, but I don't think you've ever been, there's never been a time you could run a tub grinder on an industrial piece of, a commercial piece of property.
In general business.
In general business.
Right. Okay. Okay. That's what I was trying to get at.
Yes, I agree with that statement.
But if you ran a tub grinder there in 1936, that would have been a different story.
That would be a different story.
Okay. Okay. And as you're familiar, and I think as this board, but just for edification, it's unfortunate that Coventry has this industrial zone that runs up Reservoir Road that immediately.
We have lots of industrial property to buy.
Yeah, I know. But generally in most other cities and towns, land use planning, you go from industrial to light industrial to some ancillary use and then residential. We have a lot of problems on Reservoir Road because industrial property abuts R20 zone and the uses just are not compatible.
I don't have any problem at all with John Studley running his business on that piece of property. But if you're going to deny me and allow him, I have a problem with that.
That's not the point. The point I was making is it's very challenging to have an industrial zone. Are you saying none of this is allowed in the industrial zone either?
No, the tub grinder is not allowed in the industrial. No, the industrial zone, if he wants to run his tub grinder in the industrial zone, I believe he has to go for a special use permit. No, so it's allowed? Yeah, it's allowed. Okay, yeah, it's gone.
So the issue is whether or not he's running his operation on the industrial zone or it's overflowing into the general business zone.
It's not an issue. It's a fact. And again, I don't care if he's running it there or not, but again, the height, that pile, the height of the pile, and the only reason I'm really standing here is because the height of the pile and the amount of chips that are on that lot. If it catches on fire, you can't put it out. The fire department was there with 14 to 18 guys, 7 trucks for 5 days, 6 days. And I brought my excavator there for 3 of it. And every day we went there, had to go deeper and deeper and deeper. They had a hose there, put that truck there, that brand new truck puts out 100,000 gallons a minute for 5 days. Go on the internet and look up wood chip fires. It'll astound you. That fire didn't get away. When it gets away, you're not putting it out. We've never seen that here. Go on the internet and look.
You're saying we shouldn't allow wood chip piles in town.
I'm saying you need to have access to the wood chip piles, is what I'm saying. You can have all the wood chip piles you want, but you need to have some kind of fire system or machines there that you can put it out with. Equipment you need to get there. I had to get a ride. Mike Langford, I called Mike Langford, I called John. I said, listen, I'll come over to my machine. I'll help you put the fire out. The only way to put that fire out is to put it back through a grinder. And if you can't put it back through a grinder, which we couldn't put all that material because there's nowhere to put it. If you came to my yard, I've had fires in my pile before, but you go to the pile with the 950 cat loader and you turn the tub grinder around, you put it in a tub grinder, it comes out and goes in the conveyor, puts it out. Not a problem. You can't smother it. You can't put water on it. It doesn't put it out. It does not put it out. It's packed. You ever have leaves in your backyard? You put the leaf pile out, go out the next morning, the pile's all gone because it burned when you were sleeping. Wood chip pile does the same thing. You have to take the bucket, you have to hold it, and they squirt water into the bucket and you shake it around and then you dump it over into a puddle. We made a pond and I take the hot burning stuff and I would dump it in the pond and I push it around with my backhoe bucket, with the excavator bucket. That's the only way we put that fire out, but it took 5 days to do it. The fire department, when I came for my application to firewood processing down the end of Reservoir Road, which I was denied, it took me 9 years to get it. 9 years I went to court. $36,000 to cut and split firewood on an industrial piece of property down the end of the road because the ordinance was wrong. Came to the board. I came to this board 9 times. We didn't have a quorum. Miraculously, didn't have a quorum every time I came here.
Yeah. 9 times not having a quorum because I've been here since 2007. We didn't have a quorum for 9 times. I can look up the record on that.
I'll bet you.
But I think this is.
I'll bet you $1,000, Ron.
No, you answered the questions that I had.
It's confusing the planning board and the zoning board. You wouldn't be making those decisions.
No.
I think you went before. You must be.
I had to go before both planning and zoning because it's not permitted. So I had to go to the zoning board for a recommendation. And then I had to go to planning. I'm sorry, the other way, I'm planning, but,
I think we.
but I
get
was,
it, Mike.
but I was denied on both.
I think we get it.
I ended up in Superior Court. That's how I know I was denied, you know, but the only reason I came tonight was because there's a huge fire issue there. And the pile right now is 30 feet. I think the lady said 20, but it's more than that. It's almost like 30. You know, and you guys have been around long enough to know, look at this pile. There's a building right next door to it. When you come down Reservoir Road and you get to the red light and you look at Comfrey Gardens, look at the pile, that pile's all of 30 feet. It doesn't take long to get there. And when you try and take those big chunks that are in there now and the fire's there, the chunks weren't there when I went to put the fire out. But at the same token, it's a big pile. Right? Thanks.
Mr. Cronin, would you like to come up and?
He probably will. Why'd you see if anybody else?
I just want to hear what Mr. Cronin.
Have any reason to dispute Mr. Beard's recollection of events?
I just have one more question, if you don't mind.
Hold on 1 minute. Mr. Cronin is at this.
That's fine.
All right, come on up. Name and address, please. Again, yes.
Oh, sorry, Michael Baird, 780 Gibson Hill. It's actually a question for him. Point of clarity.
I'm sorry, Mr. Beard.
I have a question for you. Do you know what?
Mr. Chair?
Is it okay if I
If it's okay, you can answer the question, but I don't want to beat this thing up all night.
Ask him the question first.
Ask Ron. I mean,
Yeah, ask me
Mr.
the
Chair.
question and Mr. Cronin
Can you
will.
ask? Can you ask Mr. Cronin if his recollection of what I went off of what he said because I don't believe it's correct, whether it's a lease piece or it's a purchase piece.
I was gonna ask that.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Not that it really matters because I don't think it matters. I don't think it matters either way. It doesn't change the fact that it's a commercial piece of property and there's a tub grinder that doesn't belong on it. Thanks.
Come on up, Mr. Cronin.
So I guess just start off the answer to that. And the land evidence records and the tax records of the town of Coventry show ownership in a trust. Then I think it's Anna Confrida Family Trust. They're the owner of the property. It was put in that trust in 1993. I didn't really go back behind that to see who owned it prior, but that's who owns the property.
Yes.
Okay. I don't really have much to comment on the other issues. As Mr. Igliozzi pointed out, some of the decisions that Mr. Beard recollects and takes offense to were actually before the zoning board. I mean, I represented the guy from American Tree. It was the zoning
I
board.
addressed that.
Yeah,
Didn't come
yeah.
from it.
So, no, I think, this board, can put conditions on an approval that it sees, fit. We came here today to describe what's happening at the site and what the site looked like. So, I mean, if the board has reasonable conditions, stipulations, other than what's listed in the planner's report, then we could consider those. This is not a situation where we are in a rush, right? If this board would like to continue it for a couple of months to get some information, that's a possibility. But I came here tonight to present what's there because that's what Mr. Studley agreed to do in 2011 and started, but it didn't follow through to this level. Then, that's a different scenario than the one that we were presented with when we restarted this process. So that's.
I think staff report really addresses a lot of the concerns. And we used the staff report, obviously, as part of our decision, because they do the research for this board. So I'm not concerned at all with the staff report. Okay. You said that last time, and it lasted a half an hour, one question. Come on up. I'm not going to keep allowing this all night. Okay. I know I don't
You
have.
don't have to allow it now. if you don't.
Oh, I just, and it's getting very repetition. Let's go. Keep
Repetitious.
saying the same thing over and over and over. But go ahead.
Michael Baird, 780 Gibson Hill Road. If you guys approve this tonight, is this saying, is that the end of it? I mean, what happens to the zoning violations that were issued to the property?
I'm not zoning. I've nothing to do with zoning. This is development plan and review. And like Mr. Cronin said, we couldn't come to a decision tonight. We maybe not come to a decision tonight.
So if this board passes a decision, what goes to
And it
back?
goes to the applicant has asked for final administrative on this. So we go to. Go ahead, Eric.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman. So this with DPR, you just had the one review. If there's a revised plan that has to be put together, I would just deal with that in terms
Right,
of
if you would
before we
always-
get it recorded, but we don't do, it's not like final plan like in a subdivision, right? That's all. Yeah, sorry.
Thank you.
So there's no more, there would be no zoning.
Not on the development plan and review. no.
Well, there are some recommendations and stipulations in our
In- in the
report
statute.
that do include the possibility of having to go to zoning. There are other recommendations or hurdles. We could add other things. We could continue it. We could add for more information. It's not like it's hard and fast. Yes, it's approved. There could be stipulations based on some of the information that we got from the residents, from the planning director, from the applicant. And and again, when you're finished, I'll continue.
Yeah, I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else like to come up? Anybody on Zoom have their hand up? Okay, I'll entertain a motion to close public hearing.
Motion to close public hearing.
I have a motion by Mr. Kenny. I have a second. Second by Mr. Smith. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, public hearing is now closed. Mr. Cronin, do you have anything to add? No. Okay.
I have some things,
Go
Mr.
ahead.
Chairman, because I'm looking at some of the recommendations in the staff report. There's some questions I think that arose tonight that I think need to be addressed. I don't like, there's some extensive recommendations and as the planner indicated, if we were to approve this, it basically gives them 3/4 of a loaf and everything from this point on gets negotiated. I think there's some facts missing. And again, just to maybe recap for the applicant's benefit or their attorney. One of the items here is that the entire lot is contained within the general business district. Current uses on the parcel include the manufacture of wood products equivalent to that use being conducted on 115 and landscape supply and bulk. The landscape supply and bulk is permitted. However, the manufacturing is not a permitted use. So there's a possibility or a recommendation that zoning board be consulted related to any continuation of the manufacture of the wood products on the general business zone. There's nothing in here. There does not appear to be any requirements from the fire district. In light of some of what Mr. Beard brought up, I think it would behoove this board to obtain that information, find out what the recommended, if any, steps that would need to be taken to operate this type of facility in that zone such that there's adequate protection from a fire. I think that needs to be addressed. I will take Mr. Cronin at his word that the property is properly leased. However, I think it would also behoove the board to know what's the term of the lease agreement. Is this a lease that could be severed if Mr. Studley was denied, or are we creating a hardship, by not granting this? I also think the final set of plans, which again, it's listed as a stipulation, but why couldn't the applicant note on the plans the locations for the tub grinder and all the other little details that would need to be shown to make sure that what we have before us is in fact a application to continue operation on the industrial zone rather than the general business zone. So in other words, just to kind of get some of those details and vet these things a little further rather than approve or deny. And if we approve subject to all these recommendations, that would then be going administratively, and that would be the end of it. And only one other comment, and please don't take it the wrong way, but I think it would have probably behooved the applicant to follow up and get his application, find out where it was, and get whatever it needed to be done back in 2011 and 2012, because the can got kicked down the road. And unfortunately now, we've had the residents and surrounding neighbors have seen what goes on in 10 years. And I think to some degree, you know, like all other businesses, they tend to expand a little bit and get a little bit better. And now, unfortunately, there's probably a much different situation that's got to be dealt with than what might have been dealt with back then. But that's just kind of a side comment. So I just kind of have concerns in light of the concerns of the neighbors with this, at least for tonight. I mean, if we could address some of those things that were brought up, that the items were all written out, and I realize, you know, maybe some of them are, you know, it's as I indicated, you know, you got a residential property, you move into it, you don't realize it's industrial across the zone. Things happen, and maybe they're not nice neighbors, and things need to get worked out. But there's probably some legitimate items in that list as well. And I think Mr. Beard brought up something that we need to look at in terms of any health and safety with operating that type of business on the street before we go forward.
I hear anything else by the board? Any comments going forward?
So, Mr. Durfee, to run a grinder, you've told us you can run a grinder on a piece of industrial property, correct?
Correct.
So that would be a permitted use if he did, like Mr. Colonian said, and came back with something and identified the location where the grinder would be operated on that piece of property.
Correct. And that was the nature of my
Of the whole
staff
thing.
report, was to
Correct.
make that differentiation. I believe that the applicant has designated an area where they would at least have the portable temporary stuff come in. But
Right,
yeah.
right. And his attorney has said, Mr. Cronin, that they'll try to mock out a place specifically that would meet the town's requirements
On the industrial.
on the industrial part for that grinder. So it gets put on that spot every time, and it's not just put anywhere on the lot where it would be a disturbance or minimize disturbance to neighbors and meet the regulation. The other thing is, on the staff report, was the hours of operation. And Mr. Cronin had brought up earlier that the town's noise ordinance is 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. And on the staff report, the hours are 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. So
that's a recommendation of staff. What I'm trying to do was to find somewhat of some common ground between the complaints, some of the neighbor complaints that we had with the noise, to that when that's there, to at least try to have it only run during basically weekdays from that 8 to 5 timeframe, not do it on the weekends and not do it on any weekday holidays.
I get it. And like Mr. Colonian said, it's quite a challenge on that road because it's such mixed use. And like Mr. Beard had said earlier, I believe he said that rock crushing operation that's been on that road since the 1930s and 1940s. And there's a concrete plant and there's an asphalt plant. And there's been gravel operations, and the truck traffic on that road is incredible. And then you have houses mixed in. It's really a challenge. A few years back, before you were here, we had another asphalt, same plant operator there, and had a lot of issues with neighbors with black sticky stuff. And it's always been difficult. That was where Mr. Beard's talking about down at that end where the mobile home park is. That was an airport.
Mm-hmm.
That was Coventry Airpark. So a lot of things have happened in that neighborhood over the years. So try to come up with a happy medium, but also, comply with the zoning.
Correct.
Great. Okay.
Yeah.
That's
Tried to do that as part of the
Tried
staff
to, yeah.
report, but obviously if there's additional information you feel that needs clarity, that's why you're here as a group of 8 tonight.
Yeah, as
Yep.
Mr. Cronin, Mr. Coloni, I think brought up, a good point, to have something, a nice site plan that identifies it as Mr. Cronin had offered. Would be helpful.
Yeah, I'm sorry, could I just follow? So is the existing mulch storage area not to exceed 12 feet? They're in compliance with that now. That pile that's in the front does not exceed 12 feet and that's in compliance with the
That's
zoning?
one of the original issues way back in, I think, 2011, that sort of is why we're here today in part, is because the pile exceeded the 12 feet. And that happened a couple times in that time frame. With a citation of the zoning officer at the time, they were required to not only deal with a pile height, but to get a DPR approval. They've dealt with the town. There's been some back and forth in terms of the pile height, given times of the year from that standpoint. So there have been a number of occasions where we've had to contact the business owner to get the piles down to the appropriate level. But that's an ongoing.
But 12 feet is allowed.
Yes, up to 12 feet.
12 feet is allowed for the mulch pile in the front, and in the back, existing raw material stockpile area, whether it's firewood or anything else, that's also 12 feet.
All that I know of is the mulch pile at 12 feet. I would have to do some more research. on that.
And right now, are there any chippers or grinders on the general business lot that are operating, as far as we know, either from the site visit or personal visits? Everything is on the industrial, nothing ever operates on the general business.
The only way I can answer that is that as information has been brought to my attention, I have passed that information along to the business owner to say any of the wood processing aspect of things like the tub grinder needs to operate on the industrial side, such that on the commercial side, the general business side, is more like the storage, the piles, that sort of thing. Part of the staff report speaks to having to have there's some equipment that gets put on the outside of the fence. I'm trying to get that put on the inside of the fence away from the sidewalk. So if that partly answers that side of the question.
And large trucks coming into the site on the general business side, his trucks coming from, I don't know, 8 large trees come down. They're on the back of a flatbed. They got like a little crane in the back. They're going to drop stuff off in the raw material stockpile area. That's allowed in general business, or would you say that's part of manufacturing, belongs in industrial?
To me, the processing manufacturing is, the use of actual equipment to chop it up, grind it up, whatever the term is in that. But if someone came to just unload something to put in a storage area, that to me would be an acceptable
You
use.
can store things on general business, but
Right.
operating.
Right. The actual operating manufacturer is the industrial side.
On the industrial side.
Yeah.
And the parking of the trucks, again, we're talking about trucks that are used to remove trees, tree removal equipment. They show up at the end of the day with the portable chippers on the back of the trucks, and they're going to park them there overnight. That's allowed in the general business zone.
Yes, that can be allowed. What I'm trying to do is to get it inside, so they're not parking equipment at nighttime or whatever
In front of the
between the
office,
fence and the
Right.
roadway.
I got it.
Yeah.
I was just trying to find out what's allowable and what isn't.
Park pickup trucks on the outside
Sure.
and dump trucks.
Yeah.
As long as they're not class 1.
Right.
So let me just go back to kind of where I think I was going with this originally. Is there, without this development plan review at this point, in light of that item that you have in your report, would anything preclude the applicant from going to the zoning board first to find out if what he's conducting on those 2 lots is in fact allowable before he comes to us for the development plan review? And then secondly, to obtain something from the fire district that would indicate they don't have an issue with this type of operation on a confined site like that, so that then we could address the development plan, and hopefully the applicant could take that information and use it in developing the plan rather than have us approve something, list these stipulations, go to the fire department, go to the zoning board, and then possibly have to make changes, whether it's administratively or back before this board.
To answer your first question, there's nothing that would preclude the owner of the properties or their representatives from approaching the zoning board to try to get a variance of some particular use that it currently is not permitted from that standpoint. Again, that's under the purview of the zoning board in terms of what is presented and how they deliberate and make their decision. With regard to the fire, that's why the folder's open. I thought that they had a letter from the fire district already, but I may be thinking of a different application, but that's what I was looking for. So, but if you choose to make that a condition of any approval, that's more than permissible. Sure.
What I'm thinking is, why are we putting the cart before the horse? If he doesn't know if the uses are allowable on these two lots, why not go to the zoning board first and then come back here for development plan review and say, this is where we fit everything in and it complies with what zoning told us they wanted to see?
Well, if the business owner opts to, if there's any manufacturing, initially my understanding is that there was some level of operation, manufacturing type stuff occurring on the general business lot, and basically said that needs to cease and desist. That was mentioned at the pre-app process. So in other words, that any of that, if the business owner chooses today to make sure all of that's on the industrial use, there's no need to go to the zoning board for anything. But if he wishes to, if there's some aspect of the business, and again, I'm not a wood business person, if there's some aspect that he feels needs to be on Confrida's side, he could go to the zoning board and try to do that. Until that sort of thing happens, okay. I'm saying your processing and manufacturing aspect of things needs to occur on the industrial side, or it needs to stop.
So Herb, if I can just jump in,
Please.
I agree with you on that the applicant agrees to do this on the industrial side. There would be no need for him to go to zoning.
Correct.
It's store on the general business side.
Correct. And that's what I've outlined in my staff report. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah.
And I happen to agree with that.
Yeah. Right. And that's where
he's running
I'm sorry.
My public hearing's closed.
Yeah, but I'm just asking.
I don't want to call the police. The public hearing's closed.
You have to call. He's on leave.
Well, be respectful. I'm not telling you not to leave. Just be respectful.
That's why I don't want to.
Mr. Cronin, could you come up, please?
Have a nice night.
I happen to agree with Mr. Durfee that if the applicant agrees to do the processing on the industrial side and storage on the general business side, he shouldn't have to go to zoning. That's my take on it. Do you object or agree to that? Because you also said
I was just expressing my frustration to Attorney Igliozzi. Because based on the presentation and discussions of the board tonight, I'm in the wrong spot, right? I should have taken that zoning violation and appealed it, right? Because that's what we're talking about now. So, this was the path that was presented. Bring what you got to the planning board, show it, talk about it, right? And this additional requirements, and I don't have an application here. I was directed here. I am a little frustrated by this process. I understand what you're saying now, and that I didn't bring that information because that's not. I mean, you can read the staff report. It says what I'm saying. I'm not making this up. All these other requirements.
What was the zoning? You said you should have appealed what?
I don't know. There was a zoning violation. I don't know. And this was the path of resolution to come before a planning board with the DPR showing a site plan, right? And so it's somewhat frustrating in that I don't have the answers to your questions because that's not what was required. So Yeah, I mean, if.
And it's
if,
frustrating for us. And,
Yeah.
and I
Well,
apologize because
No,
don't mean to give you any, it's
agree.
just that we get information from a butter saying one thing's happening and we got information from you that say something else is happening. But there was a zoning violation issued from the town.
Right.
And that violation was the height of the piles or the operation being in general business or you.
To your earlier point, it's long in past history.
Okay, it was way back then.
Yeah.
So something rekindled this, so it must have been additional complaints that were received.
Right.
And did anyone we don't know if anyone went out to the site and investigated the complaints.
Zoning enforcement officer.
And the zoning enforcement officer said, oh, look, it never went to development plan review. I'm not going to issue any violations. Send them to planning board. And now we don't know what was occurring out there 2 months or 5 months or 6 months ago.
I do not.
Okay.
I have, there have been complaints that we have addressed. I don't know their relationship to this process exactly. This is before you now. It's you can take it in whatever direction that you like. I understand the chairman's suggestion. I haven't discussed that with the client, right? That wasn't the thing. Well, and your solicitor was back here saying pretty much what you guys came up with as well, right? Get what you want to do, apply for a zoning certificate, see if they'll give it to you. If they won't, fix it or appeal it, right? I mean, a different path than the one we're on. So, yeah, I mean, I'll take it back to the client, but.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Any commercial type of development like this is required to go through DPR, whether it be a minor or major type of thing in the situation. So it's in an appropriate place today. From the standpoint of why it's here, at this particular juncture versus the past, is that most likely due to staff changes over time, something didn't properly follow up from that standpoint. When a complaint came to me, I went to the files. I'm the one that went in and found that there was a violation in the past and again in 2016. And the difference between 2011 and 2016 was that the DPR that was required of the business in the past never was finished. So from my standpoint, I'm following up from 2011 that said that this was required. That's my obligation as the director when I see stuff like that to come forward. In talking with the business owner, he agreed that he needed to do that. We didn't worry about why it wasn't done in the past from that standpoint, but in order to comply with the past requirements, and even if in today's situation, if that wasn't there originally and he wanted to put this business out there, he would be before you with a DPR application. So but the how from 2011 to my coming on staff, you're right. I agree with Attorney Cronin. I'm not so sure. What I've tried to do is be fair in my review process is to say, here's what the existing zoning allows and doesn't allow as part of my job. And basically it said, hey, you're putting in a site plan from that standpoint. If you can show that all of the industrial stuff is on that through not the site plan, through the DPR process, you're good in terms of the stuff that we're dealing with here. My point is to be fair in that if the business owner feels that there's some aspect of his business that needs to occur on the general business, he's more than welcome to go to the zoning board and ask that question. But that's still separate and apart from what we're doing tonight.
I believe the DPR in this situation is adequate. I happen to agree but I don't want to repeat what you just said, but I agree with you 100% that we're here because the applicant actually said what you said, but listened to what you said, and in front of us with the DPR. So the DPR should alleviate the issue, in my opinion.
Right. If it's properly enforced, and then we can add these recommendations, and we could add one for the fire district would be another option.
Correct.
And then at that point, now it's up to staff to make sure that in fact, what's on this development plan is in fact what occurs in the field. Everything's on the industrial side. and what's happening on the general business side. We'll leave that up to the
Correct. And
the
if you
staff to do that.
Sorry. So if you decide that there are some additional considerations that need to be done, you could lay that on the table with Mr. Cronin here, continue your public hearing to a time certain and pick up the matter, ask them to do a revised plan for your consideration.
Or can we add stipulations to the existing plan?
Right. Yeah.
And that's kind of where I'm leaning. I feel that it's in the proper space. We can add stipulations.
Yeah. Right. You can do the way that you normally do stuff, add stipulations. But if you're concerned about wanting to see what those changes are going to look like, you have every right to be able to say that, ask them to come back with a revised plan before you do the actual approval and then do your normal approval. I'm just suggesting that if there's
site so well,
Yep. Right. No, I'm just
being in this town my whole life. There's not a lot to work with there.
Correct.
So there's an industrial section, there's a general business section. So if he moves the operation to the industrial section and he does the storage on the general business section, I don't see that there's an issue to go to zoning or really go to another meeting.
No, I totally agree. I'm just trying to figure, there's 8 people that have to make a decision. I'm just trying to help find what is that comfort level for the 8. That's all.
And my only concern is whatever development plan gets approved, it not only complies with zoning, but I want him to be a good neighbor because it's unfortunate. There's residences across the street. It is what it is. But I just don't want to see this get approved. And then we have the ongoing issue with the trucks possibly encroaching on someone else's property in order to get turned out of there, or employee behavior in front of the building, or large trucks with dumpsters there idling, and things that are disruptive to the neighborhood that may not technically violate zoning to the point that there's going to be an issue, a violation issued, but just trying to be a good neighbor. And I realize you can't please everyone. That's another side of the coin, but I just wanted to throw that. It might just give us some comfort because there were a lot of issues raised.
Sure.
By one of the neighbors.
I actually, I kind of like your idea of a good neighbor stipulation, right? It can't hurt.
So would you be able to maybe look at that list and then come back
whatever this board wants me to do? I'll listen. I will, but
I can ask.
The part that I was expressing my frustration about is that I'm ill prepared to answer questions about fire departments and buffers and,
that would be helpful information.
Yeah, that's not what was here. And that's not what I'm even asking for. That's something else.
That all comes out of a complaint. That's where that stuff came,
Well,
which wasn't what we were here for.
Yeah, so I'm just.
If I can ask the solicitor.
Yeah, my only advice, and I'm just going to say this for clarity, I mentioned it to
Sure.
I mean,
Can you turn your mic on?
Oh, I'm sorry. The development plan review, we're throwing that word around. It presupposes that the application before you is not an expansion of any grandfathered use or legal use. It presupposes that they're in compliance with zoning. Allegations have been alleged that they may not have grandfather rights. So you should require a zoning certificate that proves that they have grandfather rights. Allegations are made that they're trying to expand an existing use, which they can't do without zoning relief. Burden should be to get a certificate that demonstrates that. What's happening here is what's getting conflated is there seems to be a presentation of a plan to you as if the zoning is check marks on the zoning done. And this is presupposing that those have been done. And it seems to me it's not clear. They may be done. The chairman has raised it. It may be as simply as if the machine is operating, but I thought I heard testimony that there was going to be a machine on the general business. I thought I heard that testimony, and I think these clarity, this goes to zoning first. It is in the proper place, as the plan has said, but it presupposes that zoning has been checked. So I don't think it isn't that it's in the wrong place. I just think the zoning hasn't been checked. What I mean by checked, I mean, there's no certificate in front of you. I don't need to say Mr. Cronin should have been prepared for that because that's not the way this was developed. But the board should say to you, you should be saying, well, there's been issues now raised about grandfather rights. Do you have a zoning certificate that says you have grandfather rights? If you don't, then until you settle that, you can't come here. Because you don't resolve grandfather rights. You're not going to rule in favor of Mr. Cronin's client based upon grandfather rights. He has to demonstrate that to the town, and that's by a certificate, which is required by state law to be issued by your zoning enforcement issue if Mr. Cronin deposits a check of $30. That's the way it works.
He's got his hand in his pocket.
I don't mean that to be negative, and I'm not trying to create more confusion here, but I think there's a lot of negativity pointed to the board when it's really about the zoning that the board doesn't have anything to do, and you're struggling with trying to pass a plan when there's been issues about grandfather rights raised and you have no evidence that they're satisfied, issues about what they are trying to do on general business, which is questionable if this activity that Mr. Cronin presented, I thought there was some sort of machine on, I thought I heard about some machine on general business. Is that allowed? And then obviously what is allowed in the industrial. So I just throw that all out. I really think that's where the confusion is, and the public raised that issue. And maybe it's because the application is old, a 2011 application, and because there was base of a zoning certificate. And then we heard about stockpile height. I mean, so I don't think that this is going off track. I just think the issues have become clear that you need evidence of zoning compliance, because you're supposed to be looking at a plan where zoning is not an issue. Otherwise, this becomes a major. This should have been a master plan, preliminary plan, and final. If you need a zoning variant, if you need expansion, it's a master plan. It doesn't fall in.
So that was my hang up on this whole thing. It wasn't all on the industrial side. And we did hear that they are running equipment on the general business side. And they're grandfathered or not, and they have a certificate to say they can do it. So if we were to approve this DPR, is that all blanketed under that? And that was my hang up. Regardless of fires and pile heights, what we talked about was I thought we were blanketing that general business, it was okay to run this equipment because he's grandfathered, and we don't know. We don't know, but it's in the report.
The DPR, you'd be saying, provided you're consistent with zoning, which would put this right back in the same place. Somebody make a complaint, they'd allege it's a violation, and then that all kind of generate. And then they point back at this plan and say, well, you approve DPR. Well, DPR doesn't approve zoning.
I think
I just throw that out.
I don't. A suggestion to Mr. Cronin.
I asked Mr. Cronin if he was willing to do that.
It sounds to me like you could work with staff and come back with a little more clarity. Whether he comes back for the DPR or he decides with the staff that you need to go in a different direction and then come back to planning, I would ask if you would be okay with that.
Well, I'm always okay with trying to work with staff and work it out, but I don't think there's any question that I'm coming back. I guess that's the part that I'm a little concerned about. I'm coming back. Yeah, we got this thing started. I'm gonna.
No, and I didn't mean.
I think Mr. Igliozzi has laid out my options fairly clearly here.
And I think that was kind of the point I was making. I used the wrong terminology when I said, go to the zoning board. We're getting the cart before the horse. I don't want to approve this unless we know what we're approving is allowable. Yes. So that's point one. And then second point is it would be helpful, I think, to know where the fire department stands on a mulch pile or a firewood pile in this confined space to make sure that whatever plan we approve it has adequate clearances and safety measures in place that they can get in should there be an incident. And I don't recall if there was anything else, but the recommendations are in the staff report. And I think maybe, one more meeting, whether it's a month from now or whatever, we'll pick a date certain and then we can act.
You don't need my endorsement. No. Not to, I don't want to be fresh, especially in a public meeting, but a month's not enough to get that fire information that he's requesting.
I think just my little input on that, and I'm a little familiar with it, a fire that burned for a couple of days. I think after that was resolved, the fire department probably had some type of input to the applicant, some feedback. And I'd be hard pressed to say that it was just left at, just keep doing what you're doing. You know what I mean? I think maybe, you know, if the pile a little bit smaller, do this. Here's some next, if we come back, we'd like to be able to get, you know, I'm sure there was some feedback. That would be helpful.
If we could continue it to March, I could at least give you some assurance that I would have some of these answers.
That's fine with me. And if March isn't appropriate, I mean, we certainly can work with staff, but we have to say, can we just continue it or do we have to have a meeting?
You need.
Let's continue to another date, certainly. You don't see any need for 1 month when it's only going to be automatically continued. You might have people show up again expecting to be heard. 2 months to be.
I think it's more realistic.
Okay.
And then related to that, there's a sidebar to this, is that we'd like to be able to move the March meeting to the week after our normal meeting. There's 5 Wednesdays in March. We'd like to move it to the 29th of March because a couple of my staffers aren't going to be around to be able to get your packet ready. So that's just the sidebar. So if you decide to continue this to a time certain, ask yourselves first if you're good with moving the meeting to the 29th, and then do it to the 29th if you did March.
And that's on March.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah.
But in the meantime, while this process is happening, he can still use a grinder on the industrial lot. And he can store on the general business.
We're not asking to halt.
Right, exactly. Yeah, just make sure that.
No.
No,
we're not
okay.
asking.
I just want to make
That's up
sure.
to the zoning law.
He's
Good to go. Okay. So I'll make a
I
motion
just
to,
have one more.
oh, go ahead, John.
I just wanted to clarify, there was one thing that I didn't understand. In your report, you mentioned they have adequate water supply and waste disposal. But I only saw the wastewater connected to the dwelling, which is a rental, which is a residential. Where does the business, where's the business facility?
Sure, this is a more common on the ground kind of thing going on. It's rented to Mr. Studley's brother. So everybody uses it. That's like, he's in Florida most of the year. He lives there, you know, it's.
Okay, so they are using that.
Yeah, right. It's
business and.
That's just local yokel kind of stuff.
Okay, I just wanted to.
Yeah, that's
A good question. Pat.
Yeah.
Thank you. So if I can ask for a motion to continue this to March 29th meeting.
I'll make a motion that we continue the application for development planner review for John Studley at 11 Reservoir Road until the March 29th meeting.
I have a second on that.
Second.
I have a second by Mr. Kenny. Any other discussion? Are all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? See you, Mark. It's fun.
I don't get a vote.
We'll see you in February too.
Thank you. Yeah. I don't know if that was more help for her. Okay, next on the agenda, we have public comment. Anybody on Zoom, raise their hand. Hey, okay, hearing none,
Just try to be quick for you. I do have a number of things I just want to, got to turn on my mic. Sorry, just want to update you on a number of things. The 96 Tyo Gav proposed zoning amendment, as you may recall, that hit you twice. That's still continuing at the town council level at the request of the homeowner of that property owner in that particular location. So it'll hopefully be resolved sometime, where are we in January? Probably in February. Please. Possibly looking into a comp permit, right? So they're basically kind of looking at two paths now. They would like to continue. They would hope that the town council would allow for the amendment to occur, which would change it from a residential to a commercial type use. And my understanding is that they're trying to try to get a bank located in the area. If that does not pass, they would like to do some kind of a comp permit that would deal with either some affordable housing type of thing or some veterans housing. But that's just at this point hearsay, for lack of a better term. There is just submitted this week a proposed zoning amendment for the Coventry Crossings parcel. As you may recall, there were a lot of people in the room. It's the tree parcel. So they're looking to it's at least a segment of the Woods Estate folks that are making that request of the town council. It is basically would be the creation of a new zoning district and related text, basically an open space agricultural type of thing. And they're obviously offering that parcel to be in that type of a zoning district, but they do see other parcels around the town that would serve that as well. But at this point, they're just naming that particular parcel. So that is I'm assuming is likely to hit you, because the process is when the town council receives it, they immediately refer it to you. So it's the same process that you went through with the 96 Tile. So I'm just giving you a heads up on that. Okay. And then administrative actions. We've issued an administrative variance for the scrub-a-dub as you may have remember from Mr. Cronin with the lot coverage. Since the request for the maximum lot coverage is less than the 25% of the dimensional requirement that would normally take it to the zoning board, I can act on that. So I have acted on that. There's an appeal process through February 24th, a 30-day appeal process. So assuming that is not appealed, then the change in the lot coverage from the 70 instead of the 60% maximum will occur. There is a notice that just went out for an application for administrative variance related to Lightning Ridge Farm. Basically, it's a minor change in the acreage between two parcels, and essentially the variance is for the smaller parcel that ultimately would be 2.391 acres. Again, the 25% dimensional requirement, it's less than that, so I can handle that administratively. That just came in. So the notice is out there for 30 days. And then if I issue my decision, then there's the appeal period. And if there is someone that comes in, then it goes to the zoning board for review, for a hearing there. We've finished up the Coventry landfill solar. So that final plan decision and recorded decision has gone out. Similarly with the Hennessy Brown plat, that was a court ordered situation. So basically I just had to put together a final decision and the recorded decision based on what the court issued. For Tallwoods Estates, the final decision and recorded has occurred with regard to that. The same thing with the Ferry plat, the 2-lot subdivision, that's been decided, a final plan and recorded. And then lastly, Crompton Meadows, there was as Ron knows, there was a final plat plan minor decision that was recorded. That was appealed as of last night / this morning. There was a settlement agreement arranged between the town solicitor and the appellant. So basically, my decision on that amended plat, there was a 5-point decision two of the points. One related to impact fees was addressed by the town council. Just as you may recall, you guys waived impact fees. You can't do that. Town council's got to do that. So that was, so that was taken care of. And then there was a function because I was concerned with the way that the market rate and the affordable units were laid out and how it got basically clustered. And so I was trying to get a better handle on ensuring that the affordable units were going to be built before the fair market rate ones were completed. That basically got tossed out, but not in a bad way. And then my three original ones, which were basic changes to the plan, still have to come forward with a revised plan. And then any singular change to the unit configuration will come back to you guys for approval. So that's kind of what we went after. So I just want to make sure you understand that, because there's been a little bit of legal massaging going on in the last couple days. So if you see a notice for that hearing, the Board of Appeals hearing for Crompton Meadows, that's canceled at this point. We just haven't gotten all the cancellations and stuff out from that standpoint. And I don't know if you I don't know if you were part of any of that, but did I just accurately reflect? Okay. Yeah. So that's all I have, unless you have questions of me, please. That fits very nicely in one of our gray metal cabinets, waiting to see what's happening. So nothing has moved on that. I've got to give them a buzz. They're on the hook to basically file stuff based on your review, the approval that you granted. There's some. So it's on the applicant, but I will say I'm getting concerned that the applicant might believe that they're done with something. And so I want to contact the woman that was the main contact to say, are you, sort of like, are you waiting for us? Are you waiting, so I want to make sure they understand they need to file something before they might lose out on expiration of a permit. Yeah. Any other questions?
Yes, I have some updates. Yes, council is working on email for the board. At least zoning and planning might be every board.
My understanding, it's every board.
Yeah, and I was told that we probably wouldn't see that in July.
Correct. There's money that it's something like $8 per user per month, something like that, or something. Yeah. I will tell you personally, in my situation, I'm nervous about two quasi judicial boards getting emails, town emails, because it invites ex parte discussion. And I don't, if you guys have public email addresses, that are, ron@coventryri.org, and there's an application before you, there could be members of the public that are saying, oh, this is my concern or what have you. And they might only email Rick, but not the other boards or something. That's why I don't mind having it. I think it's great to have it with regard to, if something comes up where you have to provide information as part of a discovery situation. You just, here's my email. The town can do it anyway because it's public information. But the nervousness that I have is the use of it by people that don't understand they're not supposed to send you emails and stuff like that as it pertains to an application. Right. Yep.
But me personally, as I said before, you don't need an email to sit on this board.
No, correct.
Every board member said, I want to use my email.
Well, if the way I would answer that is, if they're going to be provided, they will be provided. Whether you personally look at it or not will be, that's falls in your purview. I would say, anything that's related to planning commission, don't use a personal email address. I've said that before, right? Right. But if you use a personal email, set up your own, that it would be like ronpc@gmail.com, and only use that for planning commission activity. Don't intermingle it with another personal email, because if you get into discovery, for instance, that entire email address can be sucked into that. And regardless of any embarrassing emails or whatever that you have personally or otherwise, can get caught up into that. There you go. Right. But, and also sometimes personal devices too. You want to be careful about that using personal devices for the business work here, if they get caught up in discovery, sometimes those things can be taken from you and they sit in a Ziploc bag for 9 months while the judge decides to schedule the hearing, right? Right. So that's my perspective. I have nothing against the emails. If they're going to go forward and do that, great. The training will be very important. And as I've always said, and you heard from the solicitor at whatever meeting it was the last meeting or something, it's just, you just got to basically learn to say, that's a pending application. I can't discuss this or something. And yeah.
Which training is this?
There's going to be you're supposed, under this starting January, I've mentioned this before, you're supposed to have, as members of the planning commission, you have to have this annual training. In addition to whatever the annual training is going to turn out to be, there is a broad-based perspective that there's some general ethics training that needs to occur for all boards, so that people just have just like the solicitor did. Yes, correct. Annually, you're going to have to. Yep. Yep. And that is my understanding, is that will serve you. You'll have to do it annually. Every time you do it, get over to the town clerk or give it to me or whatever, so that we can make sure it's in whatever file it goes in. But there's basically where I think the town is headed is kind of a kickoff for all existing boards, what have you, just a basic training for everybody that relates to, I mean, you folks are a little different, like the zoning board, because you sit in a quasi judicial situation. Most other boards, appointed or otherwise, are just doing the service of what their duties and responsibilities are. But there still are things that you have to adhere to, like the open meeting law, the Public Records Act. That's what we're sort of getting at with regard to that ethics stuff. It's not you're doing this wrong or whatever. It's helping you to prevent from getting into those situations, right? That's what it's for. Not that I'm aware of, unless you've heard something from Stephen. Oh, did they, that they may have said it. I didn't listen to last night's one. Okay.
I didn't know the date was set. I knew it was coming.
Right. I heard the 8th now that you say that, and that's what my antenna went up, because that's when the Board of Appeals was originally for the Crompton Meadows. So now that that's been freed up, it'll probably be in here on that night. So, yeah.
Dave, I'll answer your question. I had to just comment. Okay.
But so if we have training on February 8th, we don't go have it. But then, could that be an open violation?
No, you can always meet all together as long as you don't talk about that application. Okay. But obviously, because that's so dangerous, it's never a recommendation. Right. But if you all had a Christmas party together, technically speaking, you could all be together. It's about talking about something that you vote on.
Now, can I
mean, that's the violation.
I can call her.
Yeah.
Talk to him about something, an application.
Well, yeah, but I mean, but if you bring out information to him, this goes back to my original discussion. Right. If your neighbor asks you about hydraulics, you got to bring it out in the board in front of the applicant, the applicant, not notifying her, not the answer. Mr. Durfee.
Get a board member to talk to the town engineer or public.
When you say talk to them, for purposes of doing your own investigation about an application, the answer is no.
Okay.
You shouldn't be doing it. You should be coming to the board and saying, I want a report from the engineer. I want a report from someone. Doing your own investigation, that's how you're going to get into trouble. Because what's going to happen is all of a sudden you're picking a side, right? You're doing an investigation for one reason or another, either to kill an application or help an application. And neither one of those are what you should be doing. You're supposed to be listening. Now you should be demanding the information. Whatever, I'm not saying you should demand every bit of information you want. You say, I don't have enough information to make a decision tonight. Right. Here's what I want to hear. They may not agree with you, but Mr. Coyne gave a great example today. I'm not satisfied today. That's my advice.
If something came up tonight, we were talking about Fort Farm Road, the width of the road. I identify it.
Well, I mean, that's now you're talking about the perimeter road. I think you're going to move past Fort Farm Road. Part of your, don't you do capital improvement review?
Yes.
Eventually, yeah.
Do they submit a roadway plan on their capital? That would be the time to discuss that road. In other words, as opposed to all of a sudden, because the people might hear you talk about that, now all of a sudden you're becoming their champion to widen their road. When you just told them that's not your purview.
Right.
That's why I explained it.
And that's why I said what I said was, I'll let the appropriate department heads know about the issues, get it out of your guys' hands and.
I appreciate that. One little great job.
That's interesting. He is a specific. Whether or not they have to be. We're told.
Aren't you supposed to prioritize?
We prioritize, but it's usually, it's not on there, we told, yeah, that's.
Well, that's probably true. That's probably true, but I think you, as a result of tonight, I don't know.
Well, you may recall, Mr. Former Solicitor, now current, that technically under the statute, these guys are responsible for preparing the capital budget, right? But it doesn't work that way. It gets prepared internally, goes through its mess, and then it passes through you guys to meet the statutory requirements, right? So you're not you don't get involved in the preparation of stuff. It's just your pass through. But there's nothing that says that you can't offer your recommendation for change, such as additions, deletions, would have, or, do it over again.
I think that's true. I think that's true because you think that's true, but.
He said, if you want to alter it, tell the person to go to the town.
Well, that may be true, but listen, I think there's a number of, get this issue of the widening of the road, at least under the radar of the council, right? Do it individually. I just don't want you all of a sudden to start. We're so close to this application, and people are making such a very important point about it. I think you gotta be careful, that's all I'm saying, because it is such a, so I thought the capital improvement might be a way to play it out.
Well, what those people need to do, they need to go to the town council, or in the meeting, say, hey, look, there's a project going on, they're gonna add some houses, our road is inadequate. We're putting us on scope to have our road.
That's really what needs to happen. That's really.
Right. That's what I'm trying to do is get it out of this forum and into the proper forum. Right.
I just wanted to maybe you should bring it up when you talk to the council. Just because they give you an email doesn't mean they have to be public. What I mean by that, they don't have to, don't put your emails on the website. Like, don't invite people. Email should be, given to your town, just like if you created a Gmail account, then we give it to you by the town, purpose of communication in the town. Not everybody in the town's email is known to all the public.
Right.
Well, that's
Right. And that's higher up the food chain for me, right? Whether it gets publicized or not.
But don't offer it to them. Don't go around with a card. Well, are they all listed?
Yeah.
Yeah, but the council, I'm saying, I don't think they have to list your email.
Right.
The council's listing because they have to be, they're elected, they're supposed to be getting feedback. You're really not supposed to be interacting with the public outside of this forum.
Yeah.
I think that's the concern, right?
Right.
Like you did tonight, you see how hostile it get. You don't want to be having these interactions out here on the street. Like, you didn't get elected to do that, right? You got appointed to do a job in the room, not
Right.
to solve. I'm just trying to keep the board out of harm's way.
And deleted emails can be found. They don't go away. So you do an email, there's a document, right? So that's the cautionary thing, even beyond a verbal discussion, right? It's, if you do something like that, it's a record in some
I
fashion.
mean, I don't know if the council, if the board member is interacting with members of the public now on the first email, probably not. So you just would do the same thing, but use this.
Right.
Business. That would be the way to do it. And then once you can keep it in that realm. Because somebody looked you up, somehow got your first email, like, what's gonna stop them? What's gonna stop them? Well, contact it, email,
Right.
If they knew your first email.
Right.
That's why I say, just don't publicize it. You should let the council know that goes to
Yeah. Right.
You don't want to publicize your emails if you're requesting information. Right.
Yeah.
So I wonder what that's worth. Sense, right? Two cents a day.
Not me. No, I'm here to answer questions. So.
Motion to adjourn.
Meeting on February 8th, when are we meeting again?
For
This meeting, the fourth,
this board will meet in February.
but not February 8th.
No, February 8th specifically was the Board of Appeals from Plimpton Meadows. Yeah, the zoning board is the first Wednesday of the month. That's why the 8th was picked. So we're going to meet the normal fourth Wednesday in February, but the concern I had when he was saying March was, I already was going to ask him tonight, can we move it? And then that just added a little complexity. Yes, yeah.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, no worries. Hopefully you'll get a response quickly.
We'll see.
No, when is it? When's the